And shalom to everyone. We're so glad to have you with us today. This is an opportunity in the day that Yahweh, who is our Elohim, has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Welcome again to all of you who are here. We're believing and trusting Yahweh for all things Him, and there is none like Him in the planet or any place else, to be quite frank. So today, as we put our hearts and our minds together, we look to hear and work from the concept that Yahweh, who is Elohim, is working to our good on our behalf and all things Him. Well, let's prepare our hearts to get started in the Torah today. Father, we come before you, blessing and exalting your name for who you are and why you are in our lives. We trust and believe that all things come from you and because of you. Without you, we can do nothing, but because of you, all things are quite possible. We love you today, we glorify you today, and we thank you today. We decrease all things that we are, that you, Father, become everything that we need. We take opportunity today to be a part of where you need us to be and a part of what you want us to be. May the grace of you keep us in every possible and potential way. Now, we take opportunity to repent for any and all sins, thoughts, ideas, mindsets, any kind of will of our own that runs contrary to the will of you. Grace us now, we pray you, with an understanding of who you are and why you are in our lives. In the precious and the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we say, give us your spirit. We give you our time. We become Kodesh because you are Kodesh. Our life belongs to you. Our life is in your hands, and we exalt your name forever. Commandeer my vessel, commandeer this platform, commandeer this place for your name's sake and for your praise. To you be both glory, honor, dominion, might, and power, both now and forever. Yahweh, your words created this world. Your words we come to embrace. Your world we desire to function in by the instructions that you are to us. We don't know how to live it. We do what we do, but you made it what it is. Today, we seek your truth. We seek your way, and we search for you while you are yet found. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we pray and we say, Amen. All right, if you are coming in on Facebook Clubhouse, you guys know what to do. I'm hoping that everybody came in on the live streams are actually liking the page, hearting the page, and making comment on page. It would be appreciated. Well, let's talk about how to Shabbat. And in the process of Shabbat, we want to go directly to the word of Elohim, which is found over, in fact, in what we know to be Genesis chapter and number 2, verses 1 through 3. I will share my screens with you guys. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended the work which he had made. He rested on the seventh day from all of his work which he had made. Elohim Baruch, the seventh day. That word Baruch, as you know here, is a Hebrew word H1288. That word Baruch, we say Baruch. It means to kneel down to, and by implication, to bless Elohim as an act of adoration. And vice versa, when we do that, Yahweh will kneel down to man as a benefit to man. So we understand now that when Yahweh Baruch the seventh day is the word H7637. It again is the seventh day. He then sanctified that day. That word sanctified is the word H6942 from the Hebrew. That Hebrew word is called Kodesh. It means he promotes or we are to make and pronounce or observe something as clean, both ceremonially as well as morally. We are to appoint or bid or consecrate or dedicate or hallow or keep, be kept, make it holy, holier, as a place to keep or prepare or proclaim or purify or sanctify, be sanctified, sanctify someone, something, sanctify oneself, or be holy, complete. So when Yahweh said in verse 3 of Genesis chapter 2, Bereshit chapter 2, he says, and Elohim Baruch the seventh day, he sanctified the seventh day because he kodeshed it, because that in it he rested. Here we go. The word rested is the word H7673. That word is the Shabbat. So a primitive root, it means to repose, i.e., to desist from exertion, used in different implied relations, but it means to cause or to let or to make to cease. It also means to celebrate. It also means to cause or to cease, to make something fail, i.e., you going to work that day, going to school that day, dealing with family drama that day, to keep Shabbat, keep Sabbath. It means to suffer, to be lacking in one instance, but it also means to leave something. It means to put away something. It means to put down something. It means to make to rest. Make yourself to rid that place. It means to be still. It means to take away. So in verse 3, Elohim Baruch the seventh day sanctified it because that in it he had rested from all of his work, which Elohim had created. All right. We also then know, based on what we've seen here in the writ, that there are some other items we need to focus on. The book of Shemot, the book of Exodus, chapter number 16, gives us an understanding that Yahweh is doing a phenomenal work when he takes us into Exodus chapter 16, verses 27 through 31. So once we've applied that and we get there and we find this piece extremely important, Yahweh says in Exodus chapter 16, verse and number 27, he gives us the idea of what he's looking for. I'll go to verse 25. How about we do that? All right. Verse number 25 says, and Moshe said, eat today that which you have collected. For today is the Shabbat. That word Shabbat, verse 25, that word Shabbat, Sabbath, that word is the word Shabbat. It means that today is the day of intermission from work. It is the Sabbath. All right. Unto Yahweh, meaning that you are in intermission from your world to come and sit unto him. Many people may not understand intermission, but when we talk about intermission, we talk about something that has interrupted what would be usually a normal element. For instance, if you've ever gone to do a play on Broadway, or maybe even a play at your school or at your church, and then they have to have these moments where they change scenes, change outfits, do costume changes, or give the staff a break because it's a long production. And then you, as the viewer, may go into the lobby and rest at the concession stand because you've been seated in the auditorium for so long. So it's an intermission. And in that intermission, now you are at a place where you have been interrupted from the normalcy of the event you were a part of. And this intermission, many of you may do a baseball game. And then they have the seventh inning stretch. It's an intermission. You get up, you've been sitting so long, 7 long innings. Oh God, and you stretch. Though you've been cheering. Then you have intermission, which we call a halftime of a football, or I should say an American football, or a halftime of a basketball game, where you have this break in the event, and then you go get refreshed, libated, you go get hydrated, you go get protein, you go get a meal, and you are doing an intermission. So what we must understand that Yahweh's made clear is that the Sabbath is an intermission from your work week. He says, 6 days you shall gather. All right, that's what he says. Look at what he tells us in the script. He says, 6 days shall you gather. But on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there will be nothing to gather. Verse 27, here we go. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on day 7 to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, how long will you refuse to keep my commandments? Now, the word here for commandments is the word, in fact, mitzvah. Mitzvah comes from the word 6680, which is, in fact, the word tzavah. Tzavah means an intensively to constitute or enjoin an appointment, to bid or forbid, to give a charge, to make a command, to make a commander, to be a commander, to make a commandment, to send a message, to put something or set something in order. So when he says, how long, in verse number 27, he says, how long, 27, he says, I'm sorry, I'm in 28, pardon me. In 28, Yahweh says to Moshe, how long will you refuse to keep my mitzvahs, my commandments, my appointments, my message, my things that set your life in order? Or how long will you keep from keeping my Torah, which is, in fact, the word Torah here in verse number 28 is the word laws. Now, a mitzvah is a series of instructions. Those pluralistic become the Torah. So the Torah is the word H8451. It comes from the word 3384. And the word 3384 is the word Yarah. Yarah means, watch this, properly to flow as water, i.e. to rain. Transitively, to lay something or throw something, especially an arrow, to shoot with. To point out something, as if by aiming the finger. It means to teach. An archer who casts or directs or informs or instructs or lays or shows or shoot. It also means a teach, a teacher, teaching, and teaching through. So the Torah, which is the word H8451, comes from the word Yarah. And when you understand that Torah coming from Yarah, it gives you then, having all those directions and pointings and teachings and teachers, it means a precept or statute. So the Torah are the precepts and the statutes that Yahweh has given unto us to direct us, in the phrase of the word Yarah, H3384, to lay something down, to cause our lives to flow like water. Or in many instances, the Torah is something that actually rains down in your life. And by raining in your life, keeps your fallow ground from being fallow, but fluid. It means something that is like an arrow. It can be a weapon for you. It can keep at bay entities spiritually trying to get to you, and it can let them know you are prepared to defend whatever Yahweh has given to you. The word Yarah also means figuratively to point something out, not just aiming an arrow, but also aiming your finger. It means to teach. It means to be a teacher. It means instructions. It means information. It means to lay out a pathway. It means to shew a pathway. It means to instruct. So the term Torah word Torah is best used as a book of statutes and precepts that instruct us. Now, verse 28, I'll read it again because you'll never read it the same way. And Yahweh said unto Moshe, how long do you refuse to keep my commandments, my mitzvahs, and how long do you not want to keep my Torah, my precepts and statutes for you? See, I've given you the Sabbath. I've given you the Shabbat. What is the Sabbath? What is the Shabbat? The Shabbat is an intermission. I've given you this intermission so you can read my precepts, understand how to actually point your arrows, understand how to let me lay out a pathway for you. And when we understand that Yorah and we understand that Torah are something that we have been misusing in church, we talk about destiny. Yahweh has already rendered a predestined scenario for many of us, all of us. And that destiny, that predestinated position in life comes from your understanding the instructions of life that Yahweh gives and graces us with. So when we talk about this from the sense that Yorah or Torah are actually the precepts and the statutes that guide and direct our path so that we can have fluidity and flow in life in this world that the word made. So he says, verse 29, listen, verse 29, listen, see, that word see, again, that first word is the word rara. It means literally or figuratively, it means an application. It means to direct. It's implied. It means advice, advise self. It means behold. It means consider. It means discern. It means to have this experience. It means to gaze at. It means to take heed to. It means to look on, to look upon. It means to mark this out. It means to be near this. It means to perceive. It means to think. It means to view. So he says in verse 29, he says, see, that word again is ra. See, perceive, pay attention, discern. I, Yahweh, have given you the Shabbat. I've given you the Shabbat. I've given you an intermission. Therefore, I gave you on days 1 through 6 bread enough for 2 days. I gave you on day 6, rather, bread enough for 2 days. I need you to abide here, every man, while you're in this intermission. You don't have to go out and collect bread. You'll go back to doing that in the next day. But this day, the 7th day, is your intermission between your 6-day working points. It is the day you rest. It is the day you go to the concession stand. It is the day you go and get yourself retested, reset, restructured, reinformed, refilled. It's an intermission. See, verse 29, for Yahweh has given you an intermission. Therefore, on day 6, in your intermission day, concerning your intermission day, he gave you enough bread on day 6 that you don't have to interrupt your intermission to go do work again. Abide in your house on the day of intermission. Every man abide in his place. Let no man go out of his place on day 7. Day 7 is the Shabbat. Don't leave your house on the intermission from work. So technically, what Yahweh would be saying to us is, I've given you days to work. I created you. Let's talk about this in proper context. Yahweh says, I created you. I did not have a man to till the ground. So I made humanity to work. While working, have dominion, but I created man to work. But I also give man an intermission from work. It hits different. When you understand the intention of the author as opposed to our presupposed, assumed positions of our modern day verbiage, he says, I've given man intermission from what I made man to do. I made man to work. I don't have a man to till the ground. So he made man to till the ground. He made man with purpose. He made man with a predestined function. See, we can't call it predestination, and you cannot get yourself a new destiny. No disrespect to a beloved brother of mine who I love dearly, but it was just a cute name to put on. It was a nice name to put on the thing and redirect from the world we got ourselves into. I get it, but if I can go beyond the modern day understanding and translation, or the modern day understanding of that phraseology that's been repurposed, you cannot make a new destiny. There's only one destiny for you, and it's been predestined. When Yahweh made humanity, he made man to do one job. As the creator of heaven and earth and all that therein dwells made this statement, he says, I do not have a man to till the ground. So he made man with that preconceived idea as its premise and foundation. Can y'all say predestiny?
Predestiny.
So we are predestinated. Adam was not made until Yahweh predestined a plan for him. I know it shakes the foundations of a great deal of theology and seminary teachings, but you got to understand the origin and the literal way that this is to work out, sound out, and be. So with everything as it is, one has to realize that Yahweh has set what he wants done. And when he wanted light, he made the lights. He made the moon, the sun. When he wanted vegetation, he made the ground, the seed. So he predestined things for us. So we were already given what we were to do before he made us. Our problem as humans is that we have this knowledge of good and evil, and we think we can do what we want and wonder why our life does not have the success or the fulfillment. And we don't have the tranquility and the harmony. Because we got this knowledge of good and evil, and like any child with a new shiny toy, new shiny object, and we're running around trying to do things in our own way, in our own capacity, in our own strength, and none of it ever had anything to do with Yahweh's plan for you. Somebody say, I want to know Yahweh's plan for me. I want to know his predestined plan for me. Listen, before you say it, when you understand Yahweh's predestined plan for you, would it be fair to say about Elohim, who said, I know my plans concerning you. My plans are of good and not of evil. My plan for you is to give you an expected end. My plans, my thoughts for you were of solely good, not of evil. Does anybody have evil in their life right now? So the reason in that rhetorical question to you that we are experiencing such evil is because we have, by our forefather Adam, this knowledge of good and evil. Yahweh says, my plan wasn't for you to have evil. My plan was for you to have good. So that means that before I made you, I had a plan for you. Now, when you got here, you took plans into your own hands. Now, all of a sudden, people are like, well, what are you talking about? That's just goofy. That's just stupid. Well, I got to read the writ. I can't deviate from the creator of heaven and earth. We can't say that, oh, God made everything, look what God has done. Mastermind is he, it was a beautiful song. I mean, I just feel like I need to sing it. I don't know why, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Can I sing a song? Wrote a song about it? Like to hear it? Here it go. Can I wrote a song about it? Can I sing it? Do I have permission to sing the song?
Yes.
Y'all,
Yes,
some of y'all might be too young to know this song. Y'all might be too young to know this song. So I'll put you up on proper game. Y'all ready? Look what God has done. Mastermind is he. I'm gonna try to speed it up, but get here. Watch this. It says, look what God has done. Omnipotent is he. See, this is how we grew up in the day. He says, he put the moon and stars into space. He created the whole human race. Look what God has done. Last part, here it is. Listen, we call him Mastermind is he. Now, if he's such a mastermind, I know he is. That means before he put me and you in the earth, he had a plan for us to fulfill. That is predestination. We don't have the right nor the authority to create a new destiny. I create my own destiny. You can try to be God. You can do you for real, for real. But that don't mean that that's God. His predestined plan for you was before you and I were ever even born. And the only way you can get to know that predestined plan for your life, that niche thing that you do, that wonderfully and fearfully and uniquely made thing that you do and why you exist, can only be found, watch this, when you are in a state of rest with him and listen to his words that will connect with the words and the instructions he's already innately implanted in your psyche, in your heart, in your mind, so that when you hear his words externally, they will connect with the words internally, and intrinsically you begin to walk out what Yahweh told you to walk out. Now we have smeared those plackets of his words in our heart and in our mind, because our forefather Adam went ahead and ingested what Yahweh said not to ingest. And he threw mess all up on the walls and the tablets of our heart and our mind, that we can't see the word of Elohim inside of us, because we took in all this knowledge of good and evil, all this infantile this exorbitantly abundant amount of data that has us working around in a world we can't figure nothing out, and it's all packed in, backed up on top of, and overshadowing the innate writings of our very predestined path of life, which was for man to come in and till the ground. Predestination looks different now. It's not just some cute, great word like righteousness and sanctification that we can make all these big claims about. Predestination is just that in its simplest of forms, and more importantly, its most effective form. Yahweh made man to till the ground. Predestination. Y'all don't believe me? He made apples to give you and me fiber. He made the beast of the field. He made the fish of the sea. He put the star. Mastermind is he. Why would you not want to sit with the mastermind when he says, I've made a day for you and I to sit and talk about my plan for your life? So what you must understand, realize, and embrace throughout everything that is, we have been predestined by Elohim. Look at what he says, verse number 29. See, Yahweh has given you the intermission. He doesn't want anything interrupting me and you from being with him on the time of intermission. Why? Because Yahweh is not as interested as you think in chatting with you and talking with you, overly, because he gave you a purpose. You're supposed to be working. 6 days shall a man work. That's a commandment. Do all you need to do in 6 days, but that seventh day belongs to the mastermind. So when you can't figure out why you twitching and you tweaking and you feel this way and you feel that way, Yahweh's like, come sit with me. Let me show you how to adjust that. Let me show you what that looks like. Here's why you ended up there, because you ingested this and you shouldn't have. So let's get this on you so we can get that out of you. Everything that Yahweh has for us, all the success. Did y'all know that every human being was made to win?
Yes.
That last part, say that again.
I want y'all to understand this. Every single human being on the planet was built and created by Yahweh to win. I want some of y'all to have this prophetic moment right now and say, I'm designed, I'm built to win.
I'm designed to win.
Now, I'm going to do something most pastors and leaders won't do. They tell you just to repeat after me. Come on, slap your neighbor upside the head, give him a high five. Come on, tell him this and tell him that. Say, God said no. I want you to say this to your soul while you're sitting in the presence of the mastermind right now. Not VW. Yahweh himself is sitting in the earth with the purpose to have a master class with you. The real master class is Sabbath, because you're sitting with the mastermind. Make that a quote, team. And I mean, I want to hear it. I want to see it before this week is out. The real masterclass is Shabbat. I want you to say this in your soul while you're sitting in his presence right now. The fact that you have complied with Sabbath, if you are not working, I know that some of you have been pushed into a situation and you want to be off and you really want to be off, but you got a contract. You worked out your next one. You work out your next schedule. You make your bidding for the next time. But for those of you who have legitimately understood the value of Sabbath, I want you to say this again. You ain't got to come off mic. I want you to get this in your head, in your heart, and then push it out your mouth. And you tell Elohim, thank you for creating me to win. I'm going to listen and meet with you in these master classes because you are the master of my mind. You're the real mastermind. I have to let Yahweh know, my bad. I am made to win. Say it. Say it. Don't come off mic. Just say it. Say, Yahweh, I realize now you made me to win. We're not supposed to be in all of this pain. There is exhaustion with any kind of work, but Yahweh has already, before he made you to work, he also predestined your rest. That means he predestinated a time and a place of rest for you. I know my plans concerning you, thoughts and plans of good, not of evil. My plans, my thoughts for you are to give you an expected end. So once Adam eats this knowledge of the tree of good and evil, you and I are born with this predisposed position that we can do whatever we want to do because we got this knowledge, and all this knowledge is downloaded into your very and downloaded into you in a way that you can't possibly begin to unravel and figure out and break down all this information, all this knowledge of good and this knowledge of evil, and they war against themselves for your attention as a soul, as a dominant element in the earth. And then there is this war going on, and you're trying to deal with the war. Paul says, I find in me a war that goes on in my mind. And sometimes it keeps me, and I will paraphrase what Paul says, but I can back it up. He is saying, I find in me a war going on in my members. Y'all thought it was about not sinning and sexing and drinking and cussing. And no, he's like, I find a war between good and evil in my members that keeps me occupied trying to be the referee of what should I do? What should I not do? This is tempting to do this. I can do this. Can I do this? There is a war of information coming into my mind that I war with in my flesh. I've learned I've got to block all that out and sit down in Sabbath and let the dialogue be the foundation, because the foundation is Yahweh's good for me, and evil will always be present. But if I focus on what Yahweh wants for me to know, which is his good, which Adam did not do, I then can be reset. That's why Messiah, the second Adam, is so important. The good of Elohim makes us realize that all the stuff I got myself into, Yahweh never intended for me. And those things that I got myself into have brought evil back at my door, bit me in my butt, bite me on my heels, chasing me up the block, making me fearful and afraid of being, making me ashamed of who I am and what I've done. And I'm trying to figure out, why am I this way? Why can't I figure it out? It's because we don't sit with the mastermind who didn't ask you to figure out. Do y'all know Yahweh never asked you to figure out anything? He asked you to do what he said.
Yes, sir. And last night you said,
Yep.
trying to figure
Hold on,
things out.
hold on, bro. So I want y'all to understand.
Sir.
Hold that thought, sir. So I want y'all to understand, Yahweh is not interested in you figuring anything out. I do remember what you said now, but that wasn't why I made that mention. But that's a good thing that you recall that. But I want y'all to understand this. Yahweh has never asked you to figure out anything. He only asks you to obey his instructions. He already figured it out. You're supposed to do your job. I'm supposed to do my job. He never asked us to figure out anything. He never asked us to invent anything. He never asked us to do anything other than till the ground. He sits man down in the seventh day. He sits man down and says, before you got here, I created all of these elements. Everything you need is already inventoried in this warehouse called the world. You're going to need spiders to do this, rodents to do that, serpents to do this. You're going to need cattle to do that. You're going to need a livestock to do this. You're going to need the fish to do this. You're going to need the water in the oceans to do this. You're going to need the lights in the skies to do this. You're going to have one that rules by day, one that rules by night. That's a giraffe. That's an elephant. That's a humpback whale. That's a dove. That's a pigeon. That's a serpent. That's a lamb. That's that thing right there. That's a duck-billed platypus. I was having a day. Look, that's what it is. That's all you need to know. Now sit down with me. These are trees you eat for good. That's poison ivy. That's poison ivy. That's poison oak. That right there is a kumquat. Now this is some jackfruit. You might want to get hip to this. I promise you it's going to bless your life. Get yourself some watermelon and sit down with it. Now the thing over there that's clucking around there in the break, I brought them from the waters. I told everything, them things that's flying around with the wings. Okay, now listen. Those wings, I did something because they're good for fertilizing and they're good for carrying seed. So what I did was I told them to no longer live in the waters where I made them day 5, the day before I made you. In day 5, I told the birds and the fowl and the winged fowl in the waters, I told them to come now, and I wanted them to relocate. So they're up in the trees. When you see that, they flying with their feathers like that. Yeah, I relocated them because I got a plan. So they now live in the trees and on the earth with us. They won't go back to the water. You're going to have dominion over them. Oh, by the way, the waters, you don't have dominion over the water, bro. Now, what I did give you dominion over is the fish in the water. Yeah, salt water, spring water, fresh water. I gave you the dominion over the fish of the sea. So the fish are things that have scales and fins on the same body. So while you sit with me in day 7, let me tell you about what this fish is. Now that thing, that right there, that's a shark. You mess with him, he can eat you. He don't like you. He care less about your taste. They don't really like you. But if you come out in their space, they're going to let you know that they got dominion out there. So they have dominion like in the water, like you have dominion on the earth. So I blessed them to multiply and replenish the earth, and I gave them dominion over the water. Now, if you want to get a tub of tartar sauce and go out there and try to hunt and hunt down, the humpback whale, talking about you want some tuna, you think you star kissed, you can go out there if you want to. I'm not guaranteeing you coming back, okay, with all your limbs. But if you go out there and you mess with them, that's going to be on you. And so, but here on the earth, right here in the dirt, in the Adoma of this Eretz, you are having dominion. So again, that's a hippo, that's a hyena. Listen, let me tell you about the hyena. If he's laughing at you, he about to attack you. If he's laughing, he is not laughing at the joke you told your wife. Yeah, he got a problem. He may be rabid, but I just want you to know what's going on. Okay, so when you hear it get real quiet, and you see the birds fly away, there is a predator in the area. So I want you to understand this. Now, here's what you do. You see these items. That right there, oh no, that thing right there, that's a hippo. It's sort of kind of amphibious. It can go in and out of water. And this thing over here, yeah, that's a Bengal, right? Okay, good. Now there's a difference in a Bengal and a lion. Now they look alike, but the Bengal has this color here, and then there's a difference between a gazelle and a zebra. All right, I want you to look at that. Now there's a lamb and there's a goat. Now they sound alike. They both sound alike. The goat says the lamb says, but one of them is so daggone hard-headed, they get on my nerve. It's the goat. Now, he good if you add some curry to him and a little bit of thyme, and you let him when the time comes. So, and then them things that fly in the air, there's one of them called a chicken. Now, I sent him straight from heaven for you. Now, there's a quail that I'll give y'all later on, but that little chicken right there, yeah, that's some heavenly food. You need to get to know him real good. The drums, the dark meat's real good. So here's what you do. You put him on an altar. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna give you fire. You learn how to cook him. You rotisserie him. You put him over. I'm gonna show you about that when I get a little bit down the way. I'm gonna show you how to rotisserie a lamb too. Yeah, yeah. So in the seventh day, y'all understand that Yahweh sat him down in day 7 to tell him everything he pre-made for man. Somebody say, for real, there's a predestined plan for my life. But you got to sit with the mastermind to understand it. Y'all like that VWJ translation? I might publish it one day. I might put it out there. It's going to have to be a video, though. Anybody down to support the VWJ translation? The spoken word? Ooh, I like that. The spoken word Bible. I like that. So now y'all know why preachers love chicken, because chicken come from heaven. Most of y'all didn't know that birds were created in day 5. They were created from the waters. That's why birds can dive into the waters and come up out. So when he says, watch this, in verse number 29, he says, how long are you guys not going to enjoy my intermission where I give you instructions for the job I made you for? Day 7 is your day off. That's your intermission from why I made you. I made you to work. Did not Yahweh say, I need a man to till the ground? Talk to me. Did not Yahweh say, I need a man to till the ground?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So when Yahweh made man to till the ground, he made man to work. And we so deep, again, we missed that 6 days is a commandment for when you work and do everything that is needed to be done for you to live. But the intermission is the day you come back to understand what it is that you need to do in those 6 days you have been commanded to work. And the 7th day is a command of rest. Come sit with me. Come sit with the mastermind. I made you. See that little thing over there with the silver on his back? That's a silverback gorilla. He don't like you. He likes herbs and stuff like that. But if you go over there near him, he will try to punch you in your throat. I promise you. Don't play with him. Yeah. Okay, I'm just putting it out there. Now, every one of these beasts on the earth, y'all, I'm gonna show you how we are so predisposed to ideologies that we miss the stuff that Yahweh put in the writ. Do y'all know that there was a time? Don't y'all? Most people, when you see a serpent coming, you sort of kind of get out of the way, don't you? Talk to me.
Sure do.
Yes.
We get out of the way. Quick, fast, in a hurry. I like that. We get out of the way of a serpent. But here's the problem. In day 7, Yahweh didn't tell. In day 7, Yahweh didn't tell man to run away from the serpent. The serpent and the man was cool. They sitting now having a casual conversation about some fruit.
Something went wrong, Apostle.
We know something went wrong, but the point is, before the went wrong, when they sat with the Father, everything was right, tranquil. The earth responded to humanity. The ground responded to humanity. Everything in the earth, on the Adoma, along with the birds and the fish of the sea, they all complied and replied on any type of demand that the human made. They were in harmony with the dominion of the Adoma. His name was called Adom. Her was Ishai. They were Adom. And the world, the earth, the Adoma responded to them. The lion knew he is the real king of the jungle. The orangutan knew he is the king of the jungle. The serpents knew he was the king of the jungle. He was not just the king of the jungle. He was the king of the Adoma. See, until we start looking at the Bible the way that Yahweh himself actually put it out there, instead of intellectualizing it the way that we've done it because we so damnably proper and we just feel like we are so intellectual. Intellectuality is supreme. Any other creature is less informed than we. Well, I got a dolphin out there in that water that will put that to test. I got a groundhog that's down inside the dirt that knows when to come out and when not to come out. He can discern shadows. So miss me with how intellectual we are. I got some dogs that if they pay attention to you and they are born in your house, they will act like your own children. I got a German Shepherd, I promise you, and a poodle that will put your intellectuality to test as to who is more supreme. You already had the movie The Planet of the Apes. I don't even know what else I got to tell you. That's really funny. Okay, all right. So I'm just
Okay. That was funny.
So Yahweh has a predestined plan for you. He actually set everything in order for us, but the only way to catch up to his plan is to sit with him every week, because the plan, though in place, will change as you grow up and you move on. And Yahweh says, come sit with me. Mastermind is he. Can I get about 80 people just to type in mastermind is Elohim? So as we put ourselves in an understanding of what Sabbath is really benefiting us with, we got to look at where we went wrong. Where did we go wrong with love? And baby, can we fix it? Y'all don't want to talk to me. Where did we go wrong? Y'all didn't get that? Where did we go wrong with love? Okay, y'all think I'm being carnal. Okay, let me see if I can't help y'all. 1 John 4, 7, and 8. Now, just give me a moment to sing this to you. Beloved, 1 John 4, 7, and 8. Let us love one another, for love is of God, and everyone that loveth is born of God, and knoweth God. Listen, but he that loves not knoweth not God, for God is love. See, Elohim is love. So love made humanity because he loved his creation. He loved his creation so much so he put his masterpiece in dominion over the Adoma and meets with that masterpiece as mastermind every seventh day. So the question is, where did we go wrong? With love. Now tell me, can we fix it? Oh, y'all act like y'all so saved. I can't be with saved people and Sabbath. Saved people gets on my nerve. I promise you.
Sing it, Apostle. Sing
I was trying to sing it, but nobody was saying, whoa, bless the. Y'all was singing. When LTD sang it, y'all was like, whoa. You got babies behind that. Listen.
I have no clue.
Listen. So my point is, in fun, what went wrong? we ate the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. And that's how we today in theology live off a knowledge of God. And we don't know him. There's a difference in knowing Elohim and having knowledge of Elohim. I can't talk to nobody today. There's a difference in knowing Elohim and having a knowledge of Elohim. There's a difference in knowing him, having relationship with him, having an unrestricted relationship with him, an experience with him that no one can make you doubt, and then having a knowledge of him. Let me put something out there for y'all. We have a knowledge. I'm going to do something very industrial. I'm going to go against my grain, but the need to make the analogy is better. We used it last night. I think we talked about Mercedes last night. Many people know about Mercedes, but have never driven a Mercedes. You may have test driven a Mercedes, but to live day to day, in and out the streets, streetscapes, long rides, the functionality, the benefits. So you might know about the prestige of, but if you've never had it yourself, you don't really know Mercedes. You have knowledge of Mercedes or Bentley or Rolls Royce or any other type of tool. Maybe as a doctor, there are certain stethoscopes that are better than others, right? There's a stethoscope that can hear and get the thing, but there are others that do so much better. They make it very clear. It's very different. Many of you have different types of cooking ware. If you're a chef and you know certain tools, you can have a certain type of an oven, right? It will do the job. You got to watch it and watch it. And then there's other ovens that are built for what you're trying to do. You can have certain types of hair dryers. If you do hair for a living, you can have a hair dryer and you blow it. But then there's certain hair dryers, you set them under that thing, you can leave them and let them go, and the person won't even be sweating when you come back. I'm just talking about what I know, not what I heard. And then there are your tools or everything. So when you don't know Elohim, but you have a knowledge of him, you think you know him, and until you actually experience him, until you actually experience him, you'll realize, like the Queen of Sheba. Does anybody remember the Queen of Sheba? In Solomon's day, I'll help y'all out. In Solomon's day, y'all remember that little lady who came all the way around the world?
Absolutely. Yes.
Y'all remember her? Well, that Queen of Sheba, she left her kingdom. Listen, pay attention to this analogy. I'm gonna take the word off the past. I'm gonna keep it up here. Listen, the Queen of Sheba. Does anybody know what she did? Real quick, I'll give you a chance to space before I talk about it. Anybody? Can y'all help me with this? Does anybody know what the Queen of Sheba did when she went to go see Solomon?
Jackie.
Minister Jackie, go.
I believe she wanted to know about the Torah, or why Solomon was so successful and faithful to his God.
Okay, so someone told her about this God Yahweh over there in Solomon's land, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go." Do you know that queens and kings, because she's Queen Sheba, because that's the feminine version of the king. Masculine king. She's the queen. She's the king of Sheba. We're not going to get into where that is and what that is. Just get the title. She's the head honcho. Everything ends with her. The buck stops with her. And she pulled up stakes, got an entourage together and left her kingdom in the hands of her security team, her general, and her advisors, gave them instructions, and she went halfway around the known world to another kingdom based on what she heard of their success. She had a knowledge of God. She heard enough about him. Oh, Israel's over there prospering. Everything is gold and silver and brass, and the grass is green. The trees are voluptuous. The uniformity of that city is just such a wonderful thing. And she went to Solomon, listen, on the knowledge she got from merchants and her own citizens, merchants who passed through her land, going to Jerusalem, coming from Jerusalem. She went on the knowledge that she had gotten of the prosperity that's over there. She went on what she heard. Some of y'all go to church just based on what y'all heard. Some of y'all in relationships or in religions because of what you heard. I'm telling y'all what I know, not what I heard. This woman left her throne to go based on what she heard. To get a king to leave his throne, it had to be something so solid and concrete. Though he went to inquire, the hearing of it moved her to take up stakes, put extra security in her country, get all of her viziers together, make sure while she was gone, they had enough heads to prevail in any situation of judgment for both the government and or spiritual matters, even for that matter. And she said, y'all handle this till I get back. What king leaves his country on what he heard? And if he does or she does, then what she heard, what he heard had to be something phenomenal. Now, that was a great testament that she went on what she heard halfway around the known world to go sit with another king and chop it up with him. Oh, let me make it plain. Let me make it plain. Can I give y'all the VWJ translation? Y'all ready for the VWJ translation? Can I give it to you? Listen to this.
Yeah.
So old girl gets up. She's not going over there to lust after Solomon. Solomon's a king. She's a queen. She got the same thing Solomon got. She got what she got. She don't need a man. I hate the fact that some preacher tried to make this some kind of a matchmake thing. She didn't need a man. She is the queen. She can have any man in her kingdom. Y'all don't talk to me. I'm gonna leave that right there, y'all, because y'all we came from a masculine dominated faith system. She had everything Solomon had. Y'all know what Solomon had when it came to women?
A lot of them.
She the queen of her area. What you think she got?
Come on, sir.
Y'all don't want to talk to me. Y'all so deep.
Come on, sir.
This is why you sit down in Sabbath, so you can really break the storylines down. So Solomon is the king. She is the king, queen of her area. She heard something. She's seeing these merchants come back with these bounties and these products, and then she's seeing the best of her citizens taking the best of their product all the way over to Jerusalem, and she's hearing all these stories. Why y'all giving so much credence and validation to this place over there in Israel? And they come back talking about, yeah, the God of Solomon, yeah, the God of Israel, yeah, the God. And she's hearing about the God. She sat down with a couple of them, had them come over for dinner, got her a Better Business Bureau to come together and sit down and chop it up in the board. And they're like, yeah, you know, this God of Solomon, the God of Israel, is blessing him over there, and that's pretty cool. And she's like, that's pretty cool. She done heard of the other gods and the other nations and the other people, the other merchants coming through, but none of them, they all paled in comparison to the merchants leaving and going to and from Israel through her region. She's like, yeah, I want to get some of that. I'm gonna go over there and check this out. She does. She leaves her throne based on what she heard. I need y'all to say she left on what she heard. She heard. She heard.
She left on what she heard.
She left on what she heard.
See, some of y'all go to church based on what you heard. But let me break this down. So she went over there based on what she heard. She gets there. Watch this. She got an entourage. She got camels. She got mules. She's got gold. She got spice. She's got silver. She's got she's got silk. And she's going to be what most diplomats would be when another diplomat comes into the country. She goes to have a sit down so she can see what this king and this God of Israel is all about. So here it is. I want to pull it up for y'all. Who she was and what she'd done. Go to 1 Kings chapter 10, verse 1. I want to make this plain for y'all. 1 Kings 10:1.
Do you need a reader?
Negative. I appreciate that, though. Thank you. Can we talk about Solomon? Can we talk about something that we do? I want to read a storyline really fast, but I want y'all to pay attention to the story because I want y'all to get it in full. Can we do that? Would y'all like to do that? It's not a deviation. It's just the details. And in Sabbath, we got time. All we got time to do is what the word say. Can I give you the story in detail? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Come on, please. Yes, absolutely.
So I need Minister Wanda, remind me to this will help me stay on point. I don't go off in any other rabbit trails. She went on what she heard. We go on what we heard. So if you have remind me, if you have okay, you got that, Minister Wanda?
Yes, sir.
So remind me that knowing God and having a knowledge of God are two different things. Got it?
Got it, sir.
Knowing God and having knowledge of God are two different things. Keep me focused. I need you to do that. And I'm not having you serve me, but you help me. We're all studying together. Look at this, y'all. Let me give y'all why I say this. So next time when y'all hear me tell y'all this, y'all will understand this better. Look at verse number 1. Look at what it says. I'm going to put it on the screen for y'all to read. I'll read it with y'all. We're going to do a little bit of reading, but you are going to be blessed when you come out of this. And I want y'all to say it right now. Y'all type it in right there. Knowing God and knowledge of God are different. Can y'all type that? Knowing Elohim and a knowledge of Elohim are different. Got it? I don't care if you say Elohim or God, just say knowing and having a knowledge of are different. Okay? I know it sounds right. I know it sounds goofy, but it's the truth. Watch. Let me show you what I mean. Y'all gonna type that in? I'm gonna beat y'all. There you go, Pastor Yolanda. Thank you. Yeah, I like the way you put that. She put it up there for y'all. Knowing Elohim and having a knowledge of Elohim are different. I want y'all to get this. Now watch. This is where I love the word of Elohim. Let me give y'all the whole story. 1 Kings chapter 9 is where I'm going to start. Everybody go to 1 Kings chapter 9. I'm going to put it on the board. I'm going to read through the whole story until we get to chapter 10. And it came to pass when Solomon had finished building the house. Let me pause for a second. Somebody say predestination.
Predestination.
Predestination. Predestination.
Did y'all know, based on the relationship that David had with Elohim, Solomon was predestined to build the temple? Oh my God! Right, that part. Let's move on. Because David couldn't build it. His hands were bloody. He always says, I can't use you to build it, but I'll use something that comes out of you to do it. Nobody with predestination? No.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Yeah,
Predestinate.
I'm thinking somebody. I hope somebody got it. Minister Wanda, they think you my amen corner, so they're not. I don't think they just think. Okay, listen, let's go, y'all. And it came to pass when Solomon finished his predestined function. Let me stop. Let me give y'all the Bible like y'all can see it. Let me read it the way y'all looking at y'all King James Bible. I think I can't do but so much. Listen, he says, and it came to pass when Solomon had finished building the house of Yahweh and the king's house and all that Solomon's desire, which he was pleased to do, Yahweh appeared to Solomon a second time and said in his appearance unto him at Gibeon, verse 3, Yahweh said unto him, I have heard your prayer and your supplication that you have made before me. I have hallowed this house which thou hast built to put my name thereon forever. Mine eyes and mine heart shall be there perpetually. And if you will walk before me as your father David walked in the integrity of his heart and uphold to do according to all that the commandments are that I will keep my statute that, I have commanded you and will keep my statutes and my judgments. Then I will establish the throne and your kingdom upon Israel forever, just like I promised David your father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man upon the throne of Israel. But if you shall at all turn from following me, you or your children, and will not keep the commandments or my statutes I've set before you, and go serve other gods and worship them, then I'm going to cut you off out of Israel, and which the land which I've given them, and this house which I have hallowed for my name will I cast out of my sight. Israel shall be a proverb and a byword among the people. At this house which is high, everyone that passes by it shall be astonished. What? What? At this house, which is high, everyone who passes by it shall be astonished, and they shall hiss, and they shall say, why hath Yahweh done thus unto this land and to this house? Who was these people that Yahweh blessing them like that? Y'all get it? He showed y'all there's going to be some haters come through. Y'all didn't read verse 8 as a hater state. Y'all didn't read that? Okay, let me keep going because I promised I wasn't going to stop. Y'all, I got to read it again. I want y'all to catch this. At this house, which is high, everyone who passes by this shall be astonished, and some gonna hiss. What does the word hiss mean? Sharak, right? They're gonna whistle. They're gonna shrill. Watch this. As a call, or in some cases, in scorn. Y'all gonna learn today. I'm tired of playing with y'all. Listen, and they shall say, why, who these people that God them blessed like this? So remember, by the time these people who walk by, these are merchants, not just people who live in Israel. These are merchants from other nations, Mesopotamia, Ethiopia, Sheba, as we call it, from Rome, all over the place, all over the world. They come by, haters.
What you said?
Y'all not going to talk to me today, are y'all? And they shall answer because they forsook. And they shall answer because they forsook Yahweh, their Elohim, who has brought out their fathers out of the land of Egypt. That's the kind of stuff that's going to happen. Verse number 10, look. And it came to pass that at the end of 20 years, even Solomon built the two houses, the houses of Yahweh and the king's house. Now Hiram, the king of Tyre, had furnished Solomon with cedar wood, fig trees, gold, and all of his desire. And then King Solomon gave Hiram 20 cities in the land of Galilee. Wow. Hiram came out from Tyre to the cities which Solomon had given him, and they pleased him not. He said, what cities are these which thou hast given me, my brother? Thou art called the land of Cabal unto this day. Hiram sent to the king 6 score talents of gold, and for this reason the levy which King Solomon raised, and for this reason, and this is the reason of the levy which King Solomon raised for to build the house of Yahweh and his house, Milo, and the wall of Jerusalem, and Hazar, and Megiddo, and Gezer. For Pharaoh, who was king of Egypt, had gone up and taken Gezer and burnt it with fire, slain the Canaanites, and dwelt in that city, and given it for a present unto his daughter, who was Solomon's wife. Y'all not listening to the story. Y'all are not paying attention to these transactions and how they went to pass. Look at verse 17. Solomon built Gezer, Bethhoron, and Nether. Baalah and Tamar in the wilderness in the land. And the cities of store, the storage cities that Solomon had, the cities for his chariots, cities for his horsemen, Solomon, and whatever Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem and in Lebanon and in the land of his dominion. Verse 20. All the people that were left, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, which were of the children of Israel, their children that were left after them in the land, whom the children of Israel also were not able to utterly destroy, upon those did Solomon levy. He made a levy and a tribute of bond service to them, even unto this day. Verse 22. But the children of Israel did Solomon make no bondmen, but they were men of war, and his servants and his princesses and captains and rulers and chariots of his horsemen. These were the chiefs of the officers that were in Solomon's work, 550, which bear rule over the people that wrought in the work. Y'all just learned government. Y'all missed it. Verse 24. Pharaoh's daughter came up out of the city of David. Pharaoh's daughter came up out of the city of David unto her house, which Solomon built for her. Then did he build in Milo. The 3 times in the year did Solomon offer. Did y'all see that? 3 times in the year did Solomon offer. 3 times in a year did Solomon offer burnt offerings, peace offerings upon the altars which he built unto Yahweh. He burnt incense upon the altars that were before Yahweh. So he finished the house of Yahweh. And King Solomon made a navy of ships, Ezingeber, which is beside Eloth, on the shore of the Red Sea in the land of Edom. And Hiram, that's deep, Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen that had knowledge of the sea, and with servants of Solomon. Verse 28. And they came to Ophir and fetched from thence gold 420 talents, and they brought it unto King Solomon. Y'all ready? Here we go. Chapter 10. So y'all hear this stuff. This is the folklore, but it's not folklore. These are the facts. Solomon was on CNN, AMSNBC. Everybody's eyes was on Solomon. Are y'all understanding this?
Got it.
Somebody say, that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
That's what I heard.
Chapter 10, he says, and when the queen of Sheba heard, somebody say, she heard. When she heard of the fame of Solomon, that's why some of y'all go to church, because you heard by the preacher the fame of God. Ooh, this gets real deep right here. Ain't nobody say, ooh, okay, all right. And when the queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of Yahweh, look at what it is, y'all. Look at the instructions. Do not get lost. Because many of y'all been preaching this, that she went there looking for Solomon, like she was trying to, smack up, and body up, and body my body and all that. That ain't had nothing to do with why she went there. Yes, that's the storyline from pulpits. And when the queen of Sheba heard the fame of Solomon, and then y'all stop there. Why did Solomon have fame, y'all?
He followed the instructions.
Negative. Look at the passage. Look at verse 1. Why did Solomon have fame and Sheba's hearing?
It was concerning the name.
Concerning the name of Yahweh.
There you go.
Y'all heard about God. She heard about God. She came to prove Solomon with hard questions about Yahweh. She came to Jerusalem with a very great train. She came with camels that bear spices, very much gold. Y'all gonna learn about how y'all go to man of God. I'm sorry. Listen, she came to Jerusalem with a very great train with camels and bear spices, very much gold, precious stones. And when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. Y'all realize she had questions about Yahweh? And when she sat with him, he studied with her. Y'all gonna listen.
Wow. Come on, Apostle.
So this was a mastermind.
Keep your thought. Well, listen to this. Listen to the storyline. He was the wisest man on the planet. Yes. He got that earlier. Look at what it says. She came to Jerusalem with a very great train with camels that bears spices, a whole slew of gold, precious stones. When she came to Solomon, she communed. What's the word communed here? That's the word H169. She debarred with him, meaning that she properly arranged to speak with him, to answer and appoint and command and commune and declare. So let me ask y'all a question. Can I ask y'all a question?
Yes, sir. That's good. Bring it on. Yes. Yes,
sir. Can I ask y'all a question? Y'all notice I took the Bible off the screen.
Yes, sir. Bring it on.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yes. Yes. Sabbath, commune with Yahweh.
Y'all ready? So what is this communion we doing? Why y'all let the church hijack? Why did y'all let the church hijack communion and give y'all some punch in a cup and some styrofoam to eat on?
Oh boy. It's something to think about.
It's, you better listen. So when she came and she communed. She literally badar with him of all that was in her heart. Solomon told her all her questions. Now y'all see why I like to study with y'all. You want to sit down with me? If you got questions about ELOHIM, let's reason together in his writ. This is why my life is so blessed these days, because I love when people want to come and commune about the word of ELOHIM. You're blessed. I'm blessed. Yahweh is praised, exalted, and elevated. And we're reading stories like this thousands of years after they're dead.
Hallelujah.
But y'all come to me like Solomon came, but she came to Solomon right. Y'all, Yahweh send me people like Sheba when she came. Father, it's the gold for me, and it's the spices I like. Anyway, all right. So it's a joke. Come on. All right, listen. Y'all so deep. Listen. Verse 3. And Solomon told her all the questions all her questions. There was not anything that the king hid from her.
Say that again.
There was not anything hid from the king, which he told her not. There was nothing that he did not tell her.
The whole truth.
That's why I keep telling y'all, I want y'all to be 3 times greater than me. But what is needed is for you and I to understand what that looks like and the relationships that develop from it. Now listen. Verse 3, Solomon told her all her questions. That's why when y'all don't ask questions on these platforms, I can't help y'all. I got so much in my head that if I start thinking about a certain thing to talk about, there's a million other things we can add value to your life. But if you don't ask the questions because y'all sitting back just wanting to hear somebody talk, you ask the questions, there will be so much more shared. I need about 15 people say, I repent.
I repent.
Mm-hmm. 3 did. So here's the catch. So he says in verse number 4, he says, when the queen of Sheba had seen all of Solomon's wisdom and had built that which he had built. Listen, when the queen of Sheba had seen all of Solomon's wisdom, she's seen it. She ain't heard about it now, y'all. It's different. Listen, when the queen of Sheba had seen all of Solomon's wisdom, she heard only the word of ELOHIM about Yahweh. And she saw the house that Solomon built. Y'all, we're not even talking about the temple. We're talking about this man's house. Verse 5 says, and the meat that was at his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and the way they were dressed, and the way the cupbearers were, and way he and they ascended, by which they went up to the house of Yahweh our Elohim, there was no more spirit in her.
She became a believer.
Listen, keep listening, keep listening. Shut your brains down. Listen to the writ. And the meat of his table and the sitting of his servants, the way that they were in attendance, the way his ministers were in order, the way their uniformity was. Oh, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, for there Yahweh commands the blessings, even life evermore. The way they were in attendance, their apparel, the way that their cupbearers, the way that everybody, they were there. She was celebrating a Sabbath, y'all. She was celebrating a high holy day, y'all. Y'all get it? She was with them while they were in a season of one of the Moedim. And the way that they ascended when he went up to the house of Yahweh, she saw this, and there was no more spirit in her. That word spirit is the word ruach. There was no more wind. Listen, so y'all don't get too deep. Look at the passage if you're on the screen. I'm going to show it to you on the books. If you're on the screen, if you're on the viral, if you're looking on the page, look at what it says. It's the word H7307. Now, we know Ruach means by resemblance, the wind comes from the word H3706, Ruach, which means to blow, but it means breath. It means breathe. It means smell, right? It means make a quick understanding, right? But watch what this says in this passage. This is how you use this rightly. This is why you need a concordance. She says, no, Leslie, Pastor Prophet Leslie. No. She wasn't overwhelmed. Sorry. She wasn't overwhelmed. She was, but that ain't that. It goes deeper than that. Look at what he says. He says in the word H7307 for the word Ruach, it says, like a wind, by resemblance, a breath, a sensible or even a violent exhalation, figuratively life. It could also mean a little bit about anger in certain definitions, unsubstantiality. By extension, breath. So when she saw what she heard about, when she's experiencing it herself, her breath left her body. You ever had something that literally took your breath away?
Yes.
I don't want to move on from this verse until y'all hear this. I want y'all to pay attention to this in a discerning way. She is a queen. She has been a dignitary to more lands. She has come in invited and or requesting presents. She is not easily impressed. She is a king. This thing took her breath away. She is a king. She is her own order, her own semblance, her own libatious, her own luxurious. She has all of this herself, but he was.
Okay.
See, I got to give y'all the dramatics because we don't think about that. She forgot to breathe.
Really, sir?
Took her breath away. Listen. Verse number 6 says, she then said to the king, sir, it was a true report that I heard in my own land about the acts and about the wisdom you have. Man, it's a true report. Listen, y'all, don't get lost here. Look at verse number 6. I'm gonna put it on the screen. Listen, look at what it says. It says, she said, whoa, whoa, whoa. She had to breathe. She's like, wait a minute, I am the queen. Why am I tripping on this? Y'all don't want to talk to me? Why am I tripping on this? Breathe. Hey, Sheba, breathe. You gotta tell yourself, breathe. Y'all ever been there? You gotta tell yourself, breathe. What am I doing? Why am I tripping? I'm a queen myself. But this different. Somebody say it hit different. Somebody say it hit different.
Different.
She said to the king, it's a true report of what I heard back in my own land about the stuff y'all do over here and about the wisdoms that you guys operate in. Verse 7. Howbeit, I believe not the words. I didn't believe what I heard. But what I heard made me move. She says, I'm a queen. There's no way all this stuff can be happening. She says, howbeit, I believe not the words until I came. And mine eyes have now seen it. And behold, listen, behold, listen, behold, the half. I came based on what I heard. And as the queen leaving her country to go to another country, that had to be some pretty impressive conversation, gossip, tea, juice, whatever. Intel, recon, whatever. She left her throne to come over there. And she said, I came based on the preponderance of evidence of what I heard. But let me tell you to your face, now that I'm here, I'm seeing this, the half was not told. I thought I heard the whole thing. I thought I heard the whole heard and got the whole story. I left my throne on some pretty impressive information. That was 100% of what I needed to come and inspire. And the 100% I got ain't even the half of what's really going on over here. She says, your wisdom and your prosperity exceeds the fame which I heard. Your men are happy. Your servants are happy. They stand continually in front of you and they listen to your wisdom. Listen to what she says. Baruch be Yahweh, who is your Elohim, which delights in you to set you on the throne of Israel. Somebody go to Isaiah 58, quick. Isaiah 50. I need a reader. Somebody. Veronica, you here? Somebody, quick. Come on. Talk to me. Anybody there?
Got it. All right, Isaiah 58.
14. Read it.
Isaiah chapter 58, verse 14.
Read it.
All right.
Are you there?
Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth.
Whoa. Verse 14 again. Read it.
Then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord.
Pause. So Isaiah is talking about what Solomon's experiencing. So y'all tell me now, what was the wisdom of Solomon? Who did it come from?
Yahweh.
The wisdom of Solomon was the Torah. She experienced him keeping Torah. She experienced him keeping the Shabbat. She experienced him keeping the Moedim. And the presence of Elohim is always present in those moments. That's why her breath took and was taken over. She, I can't believe what I'm seeing. The consistency, the uniformity, the elegance, the pageantry, the detail, the attention to detail. And all they want to do is hear the Torah. She says, blessed be, Baruch be the God of Israel and Solomon. So verse 14 says, she says, he clearly delights in you, Solomon. So look at the blessing, y'all, that you and I are connected to when we do what Solomon did. Thou shalt delight yourself in Yahweh. Verse 14, read it again, sir. Go.
Thou shalt delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth.
Pause. So Yahweh says, when you do verse 13, if you shall turn your foot away from the Sabbath, from doing your own pleasure on my holy day, if you will call the Sabbath a delight, and if you will honor and call it holy of Yahweh, if you will honor it by not doing your own way, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words, then Yahweh says, I will delight in you and I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth. Is Solomon the highest king in the land right now, y'all?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, that hit different, don't it? Did it hit different? Did it hit different? I don't think
sir.
it hit different. Did it hit different? Did it hit different? Is Solomon the king of kings in that land? He's the highest king in that land. Everybody want to be like Solomon. Did not Yahweh keep his word? Did he not cause him to ride upon the high places of the earth? Listen, he took her to the temple, but when she got to his house, do you know how well built Solomon's house was then? That the people who conquered Solomon, they conquered Israel many years later, they knocked down the temple because it represented their God, but they refused to mess up Solomon's house. They wanted that palace for themselves. Y'all don't understand this. Y'all understand this. Yahweh, I repent for saying that. I'm trying to be funny, but they do understand this. Are y'all getting this? So when Yahweh makes a promise, he's going to do something for you. He means that. So look at what Queen of Sheba says. She says, listen, verse 5. She says, verse 6, she said, King, it's a true report of what I heard of in my own land about your acts and your wisdom. Howbeit I believe not the words until I came. My eyes have now seen it. And behold, the half was not told me. Your wisdom, your prosperity, it exceeds the fame. Not rumor, y'all. Not gossip, y'all. The fame. Look at the word fame. What does she say? She says it exceeds the shmua, which is something that she heard, an announcement, a bruit, a doctrine, a fame, the reports. It exceeds the fame which I heard. Happy are your men, happy are your servants, which stand continually in front of you and hear your wisdom. That's why when you guys are in ministries and there's a bunch of bickering and bite backing going on, these people aren't happy because they're not listening to the words of Torah. They're listening to their own words. You don't see her saying anything about anything that is lacking uniformity. There's no rift, there's no gripe, there's no beefs. These people are continually before them and they are happy. What's this word happy mean? Happy from the word, verse 8 is the word ashir. These people are empowered to prosper. They are blessed. They are happy. Your servants are happy. There's no rift, there's no gripe. There's no angst. There's no competition. Everybody doing their job. And they're glad about it because when they sit with the king who's teaching them Torah, then turn around and the priests are teaching them Torah, both church and state are teaching the same wisdom, the people are happy. There's no competition. There's no actual competition. There is no comparison. Everybody does their job, knowing what their job is, and the servants are happy. Your people stand continually before you like it ain't no thing. Why? Because the words that are coming out your mouth, man of Elohim, his words of Elohim out your mouth, the people want to hear. Because apparently I've never seen a kingdom where the people will stand in front of you just to hear you talk and explain Torah. Verse 9, she says, Baruch be Yahweh your Elohim, which clearly delights in you, because he has set you on high. Oh, I'm sorry. Because he has set you on the throne of Israel, the highest throne in the land. Because Yahweh, not Solomon, Yahweh loves Israel forever. Therefore, he made you king, to do judgment from the Torah, to do righteousness and justice from the Torah. And then this chick, do y'all see what this chick did? She already came with camels and other stuff after she gave her first presentation to him just by coming into the land. She pulls out of her purse 20 talents of gold. Sorry, 120 talents of gold. Let me see if the prophetic people just picked up on that. She, after hearing the words, seeing the relationship, experiencing the relationship, she reaches into her purse. She then gives the king 120 talents of gold and of spices, a very great store of precious stones. There came no such abundance of spices to Solomon's kingdom as that which the queen of Sheba gave to the king of Solomon.
Oh, wow. Wow. In practicality, I see how it's played out. Yahweh be praised.
Time up.
Be praised.
Okay, if y'all didn't see it, I'll talk about it another day. Since y'all don't see it, don't ask me. We'll talk about it another day. So, after she saw what she heard, experienced what she heard, the half of what she heard, the half of his kingdom, their way of life. You made me leave my throne to come over here based on 100% of what the merchants told me, that was amazing in itself. But then when I get here, I still don't know half. The half had not been told. I got here just willing to experience the storylines that they told me. Good question, Yolanda. It's right there in that last verse we read. But I'm sitting here, she's like, and the half has not been told. What did I just experience? See, there is a difference when you hear about the God of Israel and when you experience the God of Israel. She didn't say, oh, Solomon, you this, you that, you the bomb. She says, your God is fire. She didn't say, bless you, Solomon. She says, bless the God that is blessing you, Solomon. Y'all gonna talk to me in a minute. See, that's our problem. We got our church organizations and we trying to bless the man of God instead of blessing the wisdom that the man of God has submitted himself to. My job, your job, in any kind of situation you have as anybody's moray, teacher, or leader, is to point everybody to Elohim. And Solomon had a king come over to his land and said, look what God has done. And she says, that's why your God puts you on high, Blessed be your God, Solomon. The wisdom, this is the Torah you got. You are leading them in justice. You are leading them in righteousness, and you're giving them the wisdoms of the Torah. My good, and the people just sit here and they like a line at the Apple store when a new iPhone comes out. They done camped out, set up, sitting at the throne, waiting to hear the judgment and the wisdoms of you. Oh, y'all don't believe it? Y'all don't believe that? Y'all think I just took that and stretched that out? No, that's the truth. Solomon's wisdom was legendary. Y'all remember he was going to split a baby in half? Y'all remember that? Solomon's wisdom is legendary. Yahweh gave him a promise when he built the tabernacle and the temple and dedicated it. He said, son, you will, because you asked me for wisdom and you asked me for knowledge to run and guide my people, not to pocket your own coffers, not to pad your own bank account, not to make you great. You said, give me wisdom to guide your people, Yahweh. I want to be like I want to be like my daddy. He just loved the people. I'm already a king, so I'm already rich and wealthy. So Solomon don't need wealth. But he says, if you just help me to guide you, I don't want to let you or my daddy down. How can I guide your people? See, that's the heart of a real leader. Give me wisdom and give me understanding to guide your people. He asked for that years ago. Sheba shows up later and seeing the residue of that request granted. The people stand in front of him for the wisdom and the understanding to guide Elohim's people. I gotta calm down. I should have kept my studies to myself this morning.
No, that's powerful.
Good.
The people don't honor Solomon. They honor the words of Yahweh that he has dedicated his life to making sure they hear amply. These are the types of things you have to realize and understand about proper and true leadership, which today in our cancel culture and our culture that we live in today is something that is not really valued and understood because we're looking for the next new great thing. And, what's the next trend? What's the next viral? What's the next the hype? What's the next this, that, and the other? And Solomon isn't being hype. He's just saying the word says we dress this way. The word says we exercise this way. The word says we sacrifice this way. The word says we see him here in this day. The word says we see him on these appointed times. The word says we ascend on this day. The word says we offer on this way. The word says this. The word says that. And when you go back to your fields, your house, your homes, your storehouses, everything will be favored and blessed of Elohim. Nations will see you and call you what Sheba called you. Blessed. So when you have a leader who takes time and goes against even the construct of employment, because it's better to obey Elohim than man. When we do not let the words of Elohim be what draw us to an entity for the growing of our faith and relationship with the Father, we technically worship demagoguery. We worship the church. And here is the point. Moderators, you're released from that charge to keep me focused. To hear about God and to experience God is different.
Amen. Yeah. Man of God, may I say something?
Oh, I don't know who that is. I'm glad to hear your voice, but hold on a second. Moderators, where y'all at?
Right here, sir.
What we got? Who's Q?
She would be the first person.
She would be the first person.
Miss Otley.
Miss
Yeah, I had said something before as well, Crystal.
Crystal.
Yes,
Okay.
first.
Go. Crystal, do me a favor. We got a new guest in the room. What's your name?
Actually.
I can't see the screen, so I'm gonna take your word. Would you pronounce it again? I'm bad with names. Atali, you are welcome here. Shabbat shalom. What did you want to say, beloved?
When you was asking about the revelation that relates to Bathsheba sowing into Solomon,
Okay.
it was a seed. The word of God tells us that whosoever blesses Israel will be blessed. So she blessed the man of God so that she could receive the blessing that was upon him.
That's very, very good. And it's not so much just to receive the blessing that's upon him. She blesses him for exposing her to how to properly serve the God of creation, so that she now can follow suit. Ethiopia became even greater after Sheba understood how Solomon operates. That's where you got to go back now and do nation histories. After this, Ethiopia, already a wealthy nation, took off. That's why nations came after Ethiopia. Good sight. I'm gonna mess your name up. I don't want to mess your name up. Let me see if I can't see it so I can say it right. I can't see it. I gotta say it right. Atale. I see it now. Atale. See, I said Atale. I don't say Atala. Atale. Thank you for sharing with us today. And you have one part of what I'm hoping everybody else will see out of this passage in verse 10. 1 Kings 10:10. I want those who should know this. Think feast. Think feast. Think Messiah. Think Acts. All right. Good job, Lady Atale. All right. Who's next? Chrysler. Chrysler, what you got?
This is actually where I was going. You guys are in the vein. Shabbat shalom, everyone. I was going to ask, because Solomon taught her about Torah, is that where like the Apocrypha like kind of comes from? Or, you know, when we talk about the other books and it talks about it started out in Ethiopia, I was asking, is that where...
Not so much that it started out in Ethiopia, but what people need to realize is that Solomon is also famed to have had a son by Sheba that actually came out of their relationship over time. And her son became her predecessor, her successor in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is actually one of the places that people believe the Ark of the Covenant, which is present day missing, may be reserved and held up. Ethiopia also began to take on Torah reading, understanding at a level that was paralleling to Israel. That's why if you go to Ethiopia, Torah observancy is very real. That's for another day. We got to stay Torah, but that's a good view. That answer your question, Chrysler?
Yes, it does. That was it. That's the point I was going to make. Thank you.
Right. People don't understand Sheba's real contribution and to spreading the gospel. Now, y'all want to talk about evangelism? Can I talk to y'all about evangelism? Go ye into all the world teaching the gospel. Can I talk to y'all about evangelism?
That right there. Yes.
That right.
So let me ask you a question. Did Solomon go to Sheba or did Sheba come to Solomon?
She saw the
Sheba went to Solomon.
So technically that was a Darash moment.
Yeah, she sought him out.
Darash in Hebrew means what?
Sought out.
Did he go looking for her? Was he even thinking about her?
Nope.
She heard tell from people just trying to better their lives about some place that was a very good stop along their way. And that made her seek out this wisdom, this truth. And as Pastor Spencer says, anybody know what Pastor Spencer says and helps us understand sometimes that when truth speaks, what happens?
Wisdom.
You think Sheba was wise? She had to.
Absolutely.
She had to be. She was queen. And every wisdom seeks truth. And when you see prosperity to that level, just rumored, just told, you go to seek out what's true and what's false.
Now it makes sense.
And she blessed the place that gave her invaluable understanding. It's a shame because right now we're blessing places who have simply mission statements and vision statements. And the places that are granting invaluable wisdom and growth in relationships I just laid to the side and I can just always go over there. Solomon never asked her for a thing, did he?
That part.
Oh, it's quiet. I know it's Sabbath. We ain't asking for nothing. We're just sharing principles of Torah. Did he ask her for anything?
No, he didn't.
No.
He did not.
Wait a minute. Let me ask y'all. I want to show y'all something because I'm gonna show you how sometimes we can kill if it's not that person's life. I'm gonna show you how we drain situations. Did Solomon invite her?
Not at all.
No.
No.
Let's talk evangelism. But people went back to talk about a lifestyle in another nation and happened to be just talking at the water cooler and at the well and in the marketplace, passing through another nation. And so many times this was happening, the rumor got so intriguing, they had to go see for themselves. They sought out that truth, sat there and was like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Okay. What did I just hear? What did I just experience? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna leave that alone. And so when she gets there, Solomon is evangelizing the Torah. Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa. Wait. Y'all please pay attention. Y'all paying attention?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't have enough of y'all coming off mic to talk to me. Are y'all paying attention?
Yes, sir.
We are paying attention.
Y'all ready for this? This is deep.
Red.
Evangelists and those global evangelists who were told to go ye into all the world. Did Solomon go to Sheba?
No.
Wait a minute. Was Solomon a priest?
No, he was a king.
I'm going to pause here for a second. I'm going to have some fun with this one. Was Solomon a Levite?
No, he was not.
Was Solomon over the church?
No, he was not.
Y'all tell me y'all don't know where I'm going with this? Oh, dear Father, help me today. Was Solomon the high priest?
No.
Was Solomon the preacher? I know we nicknamed him the preacher because he wrote Colette, but was Solomon the preacher? Did Solomon go set up a tent with a megaphone and some speakers and illegally park in the parking lot of the projects and push Jesus and push Yahweh into the homes of people trying to eat lunch, dinner, and raise their children and take tests online?
No.
Y'all don't want to talk to me today. It's okay.
Say he was doing e-learning.
Is he what?
He was doing e-learning.
Is he what?
Teaching the kids online, e-learning. E-learning.
Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Listen, she went to where the word was being lived so she could carry it back to her place and make the transition. And now the kingdom is spread. Let me help. So Solomon ain't the preacher. Solomon is not the high priest. Solomon is not the Gadol Kohanim.
He was living the lifestyle of.
So you mean to tell me when you live the lifestyle, you preaching?
No, you're just living the word.
When you live the lifestyle, you are preaching. You are proclaiming the teachings that give you your movements, and people will see your movements just like they do every day because people are nosy. She was nosy. Queen Sheba was nosy. Daggone it. I'm putting it out there. You ain't got to like it. She was nosy.
Curiosity got her.
She was nosy. Well, y'all so quiet. So she actually goes to where this is happening. She experiences it. I don't know if she came to judge it. I did think she came to vet out what she heard, and what she heard was enough to make her feel like if I can learn this, I can change my nation. But when she got there, it's like, daggone it, this ain't even half. And then she blesses the place that she's in.
That part.
She blesses the place that she's in, that she learned and got seed from. Now, here's the catch. Solomon did not invite her. It ain't your job, preacher, to go invite people to come in. But whosoever will, let them come. And when you come, I will in no wise cast you out. You got questions about Yahweh? I'm going to answer them for you. And you got to be very careful because it gets really weird sometimes. And I have to be conscious of this because I don't care who you are. If you want to know about Yahweh, I'm like Solomon. I'm going to tell you everything you need to know. Now, what you do after this when you leave, Solomon didn't say leave a tip in the offering in the chip jar. Solomon didn't say leave a blessing behind. Solomon didn't say bring me camels. There was just an element of respect and honor amongst those who are wise and are queens and are kings. I know some of y'all like calling yourselves queens and kings, but you have no decorum of diplomacy.
They don't understand the kingdom premise.
I need y'all to be quiet since y'all want to stop talking. Thank you for that, Miss Tina Lindo. I want y'all to listen to this. I want you to let this rhetorically set in. This is not an insult. This is just a reality of an assessment. We want to call ourselves kings and queens because we're doing positive affirmations about our lives, and people always putting us down. I'm going to speak myself into existence. I'm going to manifest what I am. Well, if you're going to manifest being a king and a queen, learn the decorum of diplomacy. Learn the decorum of how you approach another king, how you approach another queen. And you approaching them, that means that they have something that you're trying to glean from. Keep that in your head. She comes in. She understands diplomacy. She understands the interaction amongst monarchy. She comes in bringing a gift. All she wants to do is have questions answered. She's not trying to exchange commodities. She's not coming to exchange sheep and goats and structure a trade agreement. I'm gonna raise y'all level today. Anybody want to elevate? Anybody want to raise up?
I'm right here.
She is not coming to discuss a trade agreement between the nations. But she bought every type of spice she has in her nation because there is a protocol to a king and a queen approaching a king and a queen. If Solomon went there, he'd carry gifts, and you do not appear before that king, that queen empty. She came in just to ask questions. She wasn't paying for questions. It's just the diplomacy between kings and queens. So before you call yourself a king and a queen, are you actually operating in the diplomacy? Are you actually operating in the modus operatum?
And training.
You can say all you want until you've actually lived it and experienced it. You'll never respect it. When I go before those who that I deem and esteem highly, I go before them well. The issue becomes he does not withhold anything from her that she asks. And he is glad to share it and then say, here is how you find it. Here is what you do to understand that. Here. Matter of fact, do you have one? It is legend that he gave her a very exquisite scroll of the Torah. Not only did he let her sit and talk to her and ask him about every question in her heart. That's in the writ. That's in the Bible. That's in 1 Kings 10. Every question that was in her heart about what she thought she needed to know, he answered every one. And I'm sure questions came while she was sitting at feast and sitting at meal and sitting at the kingdom with him. And so he withheld nothing from her. And then gave her where he got it from. Didn't ask for anything in return. Did Solomon request anything?
No.
Sure.
He gave her more than she gave him.
And this is the thing. So when she leaves there, she doesn't bring all manner of spices that day. She brought what she had with her to carry because they had the journey. But she did arrange shipments to make sure nobody provided that man spices like she would. She had much gold with her. 120 talents of gold is a lot, but that ain't the kind of gold she came with when she had that camel. So she left him an additional 120 talents of gold after she had sat with him. She brought those gifts as simple honor and homage for me coming one unannounced. To sit before and in front of someone who bears the wisdom of Torah and the wisdom of the word. And watch this. She is not on schedule. She is not on the books. This is an ad hoc meeting, a chance meeting, and this is someone coming in unscheduled. And he acts like she's been on the books for 3 months. She bestows honor on that, understanding it herself. Oh, I wish I could talk to somebody. So There is another piece here. Let me get off of that because I don't want nobody. But learn how to appreciate the wisdoms that you receive from a bank that doesn't have to, but does share with you everything it knows. And when those places, which can be a human, know that this is what they're designed to do, and they have nothing but love to do it with, honor that. Stop coming in and stealing it. Oh, Father, I hate to quote this guy, but it really does make the difference. I won't say his name. I'm going to say what he says. He was talking about people. They want to go and give their precious resource to people who are trying to extrapolate it from them, and then they're getting it for free, pouring in their good resource to a place that's just a bucket. But then they go to refresh their pour out at a place, and then they charge the place for pouring into them so they can go and freely give it to somebody else that does not value what they have other than their own selfish goals. So you're giving it for free to the rich, and then you're going to come back over here to those who never put a price tag on it, and then you're going to charge them $50 a setting. But you're going to give 8 settings away to the rich man because you're trying to get on the rich man's good side. Y'all stop treating y'all leaders that way. Don't go sit in front of them and drag them and drain them and then ask a million questions because you didn't show up for service, or you didn't show up for Sabbath, or you missed the broadcast. That's why I try to make sure all of our broadcasts, you can go back years and years and years, but we don't want to sit down and go through the broadcast because they're hours long. I ain't got that kind of time. Just tell me what it is. And then you run out, and people do not understand that that is probably one of the most disrespectful things you can do to an actual entity and agency that Yahweh uses to bless you with. That's why when you sit before Yahweh, don't come before Yahweh empty, because you're not going to leave empty-handed. Matter of fact, with what you come with, he pours back on top of you, and you leave having no more room. You came with donkeys, but when you leave what she had materialized from that meeting, none of the donkeys, none of the camels, none of her maids, none of her men servants could carry back. Ethiopia changed forever after Solomon and her had that meeting about all things Torah.
Hallelujah, Yahweh. Amen. Amen.
So when she leaves, she reaches back into her purse and she pulls out another 120. Now, here is the part. I'll tell y'all this because I see y'all still struggling with it. I'll tell y'all this. Okay. Did anybody think about the symbolism in verse 10? Chapter 10?
I did come up with something.
Who is that? Say your name. Who's that?
Actually.
Oh, you again. Hey, Atali. Good. Don't go nowhere. I want you to hold that thought. So let me get past Brother Chris's question and thought, and then we're going to come back to this 1 Kings 10:10. So for those of y'all who still thinking and wondering, I'm going to give you a cheat sheet. It has to deal with even the book of Acts. All right. So moderators, you said Chris was next?
Yes, sir.
Go, Brother Chris.
Yes, sir. So my thoughts, what I'm just sharing what I'm learning so far. So for me, I want to be like Solomon.
Okay.
be a king in my kingdom. And what I've heard so far, it reminds me of the business community. You can have something so valuable, but you're out there chasing after people. I found myself chasing people to invest in themselves because I have something valuable to offer. And what I'm taking away from this is that I need to step back from lowering my value and start attracting people to me.
All right, that's a different conversation. So let me help you with that. One, you always value whatever your commodity or your product is at what it is worth. And if there's a market that has already given a scale of that worth and that value, never give a discount, especially to your own. Because your own will go out to another nation and get that product at an exuberant price and have no problem paying it. But because it came from you down the block or in the same city and a part of the same ethnicity and maybe even the same church, you should give me the discount. No, you just dissed me.
Or diss myself.
Because no, they dissed you. Because they paying Louboutin everything he want. They praying Chanel anything she want. Gucci and Burberry, anything they want. You know the one thing Torah teaches?
What's up?
Receive fair value for your product and services from within yourself. They rotate their money at the appropriate price at least 6 times before they will let 1 red cent leave out of their neighborhood. I recommend anybody in business based on Torah, you sell a product. If you want to give somebody a discount, y'all better listen. I'm going to stop for a second. I'm going to wait 15 seconds to make sure everybody on point with this. Here we go. Y'all had time to listen. If you are a Torah observant, kingdom of Elohim minded individual, you do not give anything away for free. You make the sale in the marketplace at the cost you've set it for. And I recommend this and will never back off of this. Make that individual invest in it at the price in which has been appropriately set. I'm not talking about price gouges. I'm talking about an appropriate price set. And if they say they want a discount, it becomes your job not to discount the ticket. You make them pay the price for that product. And then you, after they've exchanged the price for that product, you then baruch them. You then sidka them. You then give back to them in that moment. Well, ain't that the same as just let me buy it at 50% off? No, because you bought it at 50% off. You won't appreciate what you just got for cheap. You make them pay the fee. Then you, seeing them honor your business, you break them off. There's a difference.
Got it.
That's wisdom.
Absolutely. And the last thing I'll say.
All right, very quick. Let me finish another piece you brought in, Chris.
Okay, so say one.
Being like Solomon does not mean wanting to be a king. What I learned about that is through my own experiences in the workplace. Did not know I was operating in a kingdom principle or Torah principle until I got much older. And Solomon demonstrated it. Solomon did not wake up and say, God, make me the king of Israel. Solomon actually, just like Messiah, woke up and said, How do I serve your people? So to be like Solomon, you want to be, as I'm learning and have learned and will continue desire to be, servant of the people you have made me leader over. He wanted to know one question. Give me wisdom and understanding to lead your people, meaning to lead a people means that you're out in front. You're not barking commands. You're not the king. I sit on the throne, y'all serve me. Even Messiah said, hey, I didn't come to be served. As your leader, I came to serve you in getting the job of Torah done. How can I aid you to understand your assignment? Not bark the assignment at you and tell you what you better do. Well, we all know what we better do. Here's what the writ says. How can I help you? How can I carry you across the line? How can I get us there? How can we all dwell in unity so we all have a commonwealth? How can I serve you so you can do the job Yahweh made you to do? Solomon said, give me wisdom and understanding that I might lead your people. Messiah told Peter, bruh, I did not come here for you to wash my feet. Your understanding of leadership is based on temple worship and then priests down there at that place that has gone so far from me. Y'all don't know what Yahweh looked like. I didn't come to be served like these priests and the Gadol Kohanim would love you to do to them. When they come in, put them in the high seats. When they come in, get them the best drink. When they come in, serve them first. He says, no, I didn't come to be served. I came to serve those who serve Elohim. We become fellows in a ship. I may be leader because I have probably more experience with it, but my experience is I render to you so we can please him together. Oh, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, for there Yahweh commands that blessing, even life evermore, and we are all favored because of it. Somebody say, I want to be servant of all.
I want to be servant of all.
And then the people will say, hey, that person does this the best. Let them lead us. Put them out front. The people will be like, yeah, no, yeah, Johnny does it really good. Oh, no, Jimmy's good too. Jimmy's a good candidate. But in case Johnny's dead, we'll use Jimmy next. But let's make Johnny, because Johnny showed me how to bend that corner on that piece of metal, and he showed me how to drive that nail into that wall, and my house is standing up right there. So we're going to make Johnny the leader because Johnny is doing it best consistently. Wow. That changes everything. That changes everything. Oh, I'm a servant leader. You should listen to me because I'm the set man of God. Well, let me put it to you this way. We are all set in this earth to do the will of the Father. But those who are doing it consistently in their good and their bad, their up and their down, their sin and their non-sin moments, those are the ones who are showing us how to have a relationship with the Father. And when we see that transparency, when we see that consistency, when we see that failure, when we see that success, and when we see how they always go back to the Father, they always attribute it to the Father, they always honor the Father, they always give praise to the Father, just like Solomon, when she came over, she came to hear about who this God was that Solomon and all of his success keeps giving praise to. She came to ask questions about Yahweh. Do you in your failure, do you in your success, do you in your missed the marks, do you in your delayed situations always exalt and extol the Father? See, that's the person I want to rock with. I can't rock with somebody who ain't never made a mistake as a leader in the church. I can't rock with anybody who's never, experience success outside and inside the church. You ain't never experienced success, but you're going to preach to everybody about how to get it. Ain't had more than $20 to put in your pocket, and you're going to preach to everybody about how God going to bless you 30, 60, 100 fold. And you don't even keep your tithing. You don't even do your tithing. You don't even do the commandments. You don't even give the offerings. You don't even honor the sowing of the seeds of Yahweh. And you're going to tell me that this is how Yahweh blesses you because this, that, or the other. If you know nothing about the principles and their rewards and blessings attached, what can you teach me?
Nothing.
But because of the way we've done construct of religion, oh, that's the leader, that's the church pastor, that's the companies, that's the owners of the company. Okay, just because they got a company and they got a couple things, and you start to go in there and find out that you cannot be sustained here. They got the company because they had mom and dad had a trust fund for them, but they don't know how to manage. This is unsustainable. It's untenable. You go to church because mom and dad passed the church down to them. So I go to church because they on TV. I go to church because they wrote a few books and people on their Twitter page supported the book. And it looks like we're #1 bestseller because friends and families that I got likes from bought my book. The book may have no substance at all, but they're my friends. They support me. And now you think, oh, they're a best-selling author of what? She didn't give that 120 talents until she actually heard the value that came out of that man's mouth and watched the people sit up there and camp out at the seat of judgment in the temple, in the judgment hall, and say, these people waited around the corner to hear this man speak and adjudicate their matter. This is crazy. The guards had to send people home. They had to stop the people lining up in the mornings. Are y'all understanding Sheba's storyline better?
Absolutely.
And yes,
Sir.
this word is good.
And yet when we get somebody like that, we take them for granted. We just come in here and you come in a place and then you just take what you get, and you run out.
I'm on a
And then when that person's gone, you're like, well, what happened to such and so? Y'all didn't sustain them.
say it. So.
They gave out until they died. That's why Jethro told Moshe, bro, you got my daughter and your children, my grandchildren, and you are not going to be able to keep them happy. I didn't know you was down here doing this. I'm glad God is using you, but bro, as one who understands marriage and children and family, what you're doing, though, for the Father, you got to find a way to do it better. I know Yahweh like you know Yahweh. You met Yahweh in my house, remember? That was my tree. That's my region. You found him in Midian when you found, so what I need you to do is understand how to do it. Because these people will sit up here and suck you dry. And then you go home to my wife, mad, Karen, my daughter, rather, your wife, mad, upset, frustrated because the people are not obeying the instructions that you've given unto them. I am a sheik in Midian. I'm like you now. I'm a king in my region. You're a king to these people. These people will drive you freaking crazy. And then come back and act like they did everything you told them to do and want you to give them more information, and they never did first things first. But because they feel so entitled and that they have you and there is no buffering system between you, they can touch you and draw from you and squeeze you like a sponge, squeeze you like a towel, and then drop you on the ground, never put you back in the water so you can at least absorb water for the next people coming. I'm talking to y'all. Y'all not hearing me? Oh, okay. And so they will use you up and wipe you down on the countertops that they messed up and got stuff sitting over there for 8, 9, 10 months, and use the detergent that's in you to scrub down their tabletops, squeeze you off and leave you sitting on the tabletop, never put you back in the water. and give you a place to reabsorb so you can be hydrated for the next person to come, or for that matter, even them, and then come back and use up everything in you. And then you got to go home to my daughter, your wife, your children, my grandchildren, and you are dry, hard, calloused, used, abused, dirty, untouchable, stinky. Y'all ever had a dishcloth that you washed dishes with and then left it sitting on the countertop and came back from a vacation you took and forgot to dry that thing off and lifted up how that thing smelled after the detergent and the tomato juice and the gravy that you scrubbed out the pan with it, and you ever smelt it after it was done? That's how some of y'all making y'all leaders look. And guess what you do? When you come back because of how you mishandled it, listen, when you come back based on how you mishandled it, you throw it in the trash and pull another one out the drawer. I don't know who that's for, but boy, that just came out. That's real. I'm good. I'm just telling y'all what he just shared with me to share with y'all. Mm-hmm. Did I offend?
Not at all. No, not at all.
Speaking the truth. So is this what we're doing to Yahweh unconsciously?
This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing to Yahweh's leaders. Because you can't do that to Yahweh. But Yahweh uses outlets to get you what he has and to show you how to use what he has. And then even when those outlets give you the resources to have your own personal relationship with the Father, the laziness of us at times will go back to the place we got a good piece of the resource from, and then again, use it without regard, and then come to get resource to go back out to the world to present themselves as better and greater and to be coveted, and then get used up, misuse what was given, squander what was given, and then come back beat, dragged, find themselves at a place where they can get nourishment, hydration, rebuild, and then leave that which they just sucked life out of, because you had to go and get them out of the muck and mire they were in, and then leave them once they got what they wanted, literally high and dry, or without a place that they could be themselves refurbished, refreshed, renewed.
I think the scripture that comes to me,
Who is this?
Is actually,
okay.
I think the scripture that comes to me is that a man's gift would make room for him. And I think that when we bring our gifts, into the storehouse, that it would make room for us. And even when we personalize it and give a gift to a man of God, because the word of God says that a man is worthy. They're worthy of the service that they give unto us.
They're worthy.
And so we're supposed to be a blessing to them.
Right. They're worthy of their hire. Anybody who is doing what they've been called to do by Yahweh don't concern themselves. It's like me. I was like, Yahweh, I refuse to have Christendom support me. And he was like, well, you need to do this, 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 and that. I'm like, I ain't no church people taking care of me. Not a day in my life. I'll keep my businesses going. And we had our conversation. But that point is a very good passage. It has been preached in so many ways. And yes, a man's gift will make room for him, but that's not the gift that's given to get. It's the function of your life. Whenever you walk into an atmosphere, people gravitate to or repel based on what you are and who you are. So your gift will make room for you. Your functionality of life will, in any environment, fit in and get in where it can fit in. It will make room for you. When you are what you've been called to be, and you are good now with who you are and what you are, Yahweh will provide for you, especially if it's kingdom oriented and Torah oriented. You will never have a problem. But recipients of the kingdoms, the recipients of that value in that entity, If it were not for Yahweh taking care of that entity, because they're pushing his value, the way that the recipients leave that entity, it's a shame. And that's why I love ministering to pastors and leaders, because I know what that feels like, and they don't know what they're experiencing. They think that this is just what we're supposed to do because this is what the church do. Oh, the work of the man of God is hard, and and people don't understand it, and they're like, I just don't understand why God ain't blessing me. Dear heart, brother, sister, you need to understand, people are selfish, and if they can get it for free, they're gonna take it for free. And if you don't help to put up what Yahweh calls order, there are literal boundaries. That's why Jethro comes to mind. Moshe, what you're doing, sir, is going to cause my daughter to leave you, my grandchildren to despise you. Who are your children and who is your wife? I'm talking from experience as Jethro, your father-in-law, a king in my own rights. What you're doing right now with the new movement you've begun, you gotta set in order these things and then keep that consistency so that the people know there is a tiering, there is a system, there is a protocol. And even in that, it still can be exasperating. I hope that this is helping somebody. So if you don't set the parameters,
Yes, it is.
people will use and abuse it because it's for free. And the thing about free stuff, can I say this to y'all? I need to know I can say it.
Please do.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
The thing about free stuff, people never appreciate it.
Fact.
That's so true. Wow. That's deep, but it's true.
Never appreciate it. They'll play with it for 2 or 3 times. That's why that's another reason why I sort of kind of despise Christmas and the whole concept of gift giving at Christmas. Because there's this nation of people who don't understand the paganism of it, that it's got nothing to do with Messiah, nothing to do with their faith. But when you realize that you're just giving out things and you're passing them out, and if you get it for free, you play with it for 2 days. Oh, this is cute. And then you throw it as a child, and just use the children analogy, not the adult analogy. The children's analogy is if it's cute, they get it. It came from auntie. It came from whoever. Could be a valuable resource, a valuable group of people. It could be anything. Socks. It could be anything. Toys. It could be anything. Electronics. It could be anything. And they will play with it for a period of time because it wasn't what they really wanted and desired, and then it'll go as a new item. Wow, this is really cool. And then by next week, it's at the bottom of the toy chest. It's in the back of the bookshelf. It's in the Salvation Army to-go box. That's why when I gift people, I gift them based on who they are to me. And if I know them, I don't gift anybody I don't know, and I don't gift anybody I don't love. If you get a gift from me, it's because I've studied you. I know you so well that I know what you need. I know what you have said you desired. So when I buy you a gift, it's not going to be an item you're going to be easily ready to let go of. I know I'm going to see you wearing it. I know I'm going to see you using it. I know I'm going to see you making money with it, because I listen to what you need. I listen to what you said you need. I listen to what you said you dreamed about. I just gave you all the secret to gift giving.
Wow.
So anything for free is usually, it's just disrespected and disregarded, unless You know what that person needs, and you say, I want to be, watch this. I want to, a gift should be a gift. I'm going to say this. Y'all hold this quote. Y'all ready for this? Can I give this to y'all? I don't know why I keep asking permission. Can I give this to y'all?
Yes.
I need some more people to let me know I can get this to y'all. Because this one right here, this one right here will fall into the category.
Ready?
Okay. Because this right here would fall into the category of not casting your pearls before swine. Now, I'm not calling nobody here swine. Nobody here is a pig. I'm just saying, but it falls into that category. So before I let these kind of nuggets and gems and jewels go in these clubhouse streets, I need to know y'all not going to break them and then come back and cut me with them. But here is something I want y'all to hold on to. Do not let this go. When you give somebody a gift, it should be an investment into that person. I'm done. I said what I said.
That part. Amen. Well received.
A gift, a real gift, is an investment into that person. Watch. Sabbath. Y'all want to know about this? Let me take it to you. Y'all ready for it? Let me take it to you. Exodus, Shemot, chapter 16. Let me show you what we mean by this. Shemot 16, 28. I'm going to put it on the screen so y'all can read it. Shemot 16, 28. How long y'all refuse to keep my Torah? See, Yahweh has given you Sabbath. I'm going to say it again. See, Yahweh has given you the Sabbath. He's gifting you the Sabbath. The Sabbath is an investment into your life.
Wow.
And in order to unpack this, unwrap this gift, you need the whole 24 hours to do it. So I made sure in giving you this investment that you're able to sit with this investment so you can maximize its potential and output and input in your life. So day 6, I gave you enough bread. On day 6, I gave you enough bread. I gave you bread enough for 2.
Warmed up with butter.
I gave you bread enough for 2 days so that you will have no reason to put this gift aside because some other shiny object in the room caught your attention. Anytime you give a gift, people, the gift should be an investment in that person's life. What investments do you make that you don't do due diligence and research on? Now your gifts cannot be thrown away. And that free thing to them, they know it was not free. It cost you something, and they see your love, your attention to detail for them. How did you know I needed this? I just listened to you over the last year. How did you know I liked this? I listened to you talk about it several times over the last 2 years. How did you know this was my favorite color? I listened to you. How did you know this is what I desired? We talked about your dream that night. You had too much Chablis. I pay attention to you, and you only pay attention to those things that matter to you. Those free things to a person are different. You just go into the dollar store, you go into Macy's, Burdines, and Walmart to pick up gifts so you can wrap them so that it can be a festive moment for some Christmas event that is more paganism than you can ever imagine. That is not how Yahweh give a gift. Yahweh's gift to you was Messiah. Yahweh's gift to us was his Torah. That was an investment into the life of a creation he gave a predestined purpose to.
Come on.
He gave us the gift. That was an investment. That's all I'm going to say about that matter. We good?
Enough said. That's so good. I'm telling you, that word is so awesome. Great. Man. Apostle, I gave to the homeless, to two families this year. And one of the families I gave to, the next time I saw them, I was so hurt and so disgusted because I had bought them a whole lot of clothes. And when they came back, the clothes were dingy. The coats looked like they was 5 years old.
Right.
And I said, oh my God. And so this
it makes
word
sense
that you spoke
it makes
gave me
sense
understanding.
Yeah, it makes sense because we do the same thing to Elohim. He gives us vessels that will teach us the truth, and we will run around to a vessel that profits off of people's vulnerabilities and profits off of people's transparency, and profits, profits, off of people's being gullible, hoping and looking for answers. And Yahweh will put people in your life that keep you in a way you think is just bland, but keep you solid, lock you down, hold you down. And we think it's just a place we're supposed to springboard off of. That's actually a place you're supposed to build so that we can house more. And yet what we'll do is Yahweh will give us those entities, and because they don't have all the flair and the pizzazz, we just throw it away. Those clothing you bought for a homeless group, you have to also listen. Let me tell y'all something too. Can I teach y'all about Sidka?
That's that.
Can I teach y'all a Torah principle about Sidka?
Yes, ready, Apostle. Yes.
His name is Yahweh Sidkanu. Sidka is a derivative of Sidka is charity. Also, it's associated and relative to love. Love is also a part of charity, where the Greeks made their mistake and wrote they translated Paul's writings in Corinthians about the love chapter, and they said, if I have not charity, right? So charity is the word for love. Now, I want y'all to understand this. You do not just give to a person in need. You match up what the word says about their need. Well, the Bible says if your brother have need, yeah, your brother, not just anybody.
Amen.
I'm gonna help y'all. Your brother are like Messiah said, who is my mother, who is my brother? They that do the will of the Father. Now, them you just give anything to. They say they need, you just get it to them. That's your brother. Now, here's the catch. That's a whole nother element too. But you don't just give to anybody because somebody set up a giving campaign that says we want to give to people over in this country, and you're doing quote unquote humanitarian giving. This is going to initially be very offensive to some. But Messiah says, I didn't pray for the world. I gave my life for it, but I didn't pray for the world. I prayed for them who would live like I live. Whoa. So when you give to your brethren, it's not the same as giving to humanitarianism. It's not the same as giving to a person panhandling. There are organizations that are set up even within what we call the Jewish community federations. They understand Torah, and I love the way that the rabbis put this together, even in the days of old, as opposed, not opposed to, but in conjunction with those today. They create, listen, the book of Acts. Do y'all remember the book of Acts when Paul, or I'm sorry, the people went and sold off things that they had, and then they brought the excess and gave those proceeds to the apostles?
Yes.
Okay.
Ananias and his wife.
Okay, that's a part of the story we're talking about. Yeah, it's a part of the story. What we're talking about is the fact that the people in the community, Ananias and Sapphira, is the story that's remembered, right? Which is problematic in itself, but that is the way we remember it. So yes, Ananias and Sapphira. Thanks, Daphne. But the point is, look at what they were doing. This is why they lost their life. Not just because they were stingy, but they were brethren. The point is that when you give Sidka, you don't just give it to every humanitarian. They did not give to people outside of their commonwealth. They did not give to people. They did give to strangers, but they gave to strangers who converted. Y'all, please hear me. I love. Please hear this. They gave to strangers within their gates. They gave to other ethnicities, but the other ethnicities that were within their gates, the strangers that were within their gate, the mixed multitude that was within their construct, they gave to them who were converted to how they live. So when you hear give to the stranger, he's not talking about the stranger who is not acknowledging Elohim. They may be stranger to you because they didn't grow up in your neighborhood and they just moved in from a different region, and they happen to stumble up on your community and they like the peace and the prosperity within it. And they are, being merchants within you. But now they're like sort of kind of really, I like how y'all live. How can I be like y'all? That's still a stranger. You giving to somebody who was without. Now, if someone is left in the streets for dead, of course you aid that. That's the base of humanitarianism. That's the base of human decency and morality. But this giving thing that we do, thinking that our charitable efforts should go everywhere, is just not biblical. It's just not Torah. You give to your brother. If your brother should ask you for some bread, and you say, go and come back another day. We're talking about people who are in your faith world, your commonwealth, your community of faith. Now, our communities are very diversified today. So your neighbor may not be the same neighbor, but back in that day, Messiah and Paul and John, those communities were pretty well built. That's why you see in the Jewish culture, they will go for an entire sector of the city, get as many homes as they can on the same block, and look for foreclosures in their vicinity and buy them up. Companies going under and buy them up. Gas stations, buy them up. Retail stores, buy them up. And they will expand that neighborhood that they all own the deeds to, because their culture is being embedded. And they will deal with those in that neighborhood after going through a process of proving that they are serious about the conversion, because it can't be just some quick thing. Because in these communities within Orthodox, they will deal with you at the store, but to really let you in their world, you got to prove to them and others within them that you serious about this conversion and you have respect for it ultimately before they deem you with them. They'll sell you whatever at their store, but they won't trust you. Facts. You may live around the block. You may live in an apartment complex that they own, but you are just a means to an end. You're not on the end with them. And I know it seems like we're talking about racism and we're talking about segregation and we're talking about sectism. You may be, because it's being inappropriately used to some degree, but the principles of Torah are along that line. You giving to your brother Sidka. When those people in the book of Acts brought the money of their excess, they brought the money of their excess to the apostles. The apostles did not take that money. The apostles did not spend that money. The apostles, at the behest of the people who are living the doctrine that the apostles are propagating, which is Torah, they said, how can we set up an organization so that people who we find have now literally converted as strangers into our way of life in this commonwealth and have proven themselves, they're not moving in and moving out, they are here consistently. How do we then help them become a part of the commonwealth? So what we will do, everybody has in our neighborhood, in our synagogue, in our church, in our community, on these blocks, we have a school, we have a hospital, we have a library, we have a police department looking out for us. We got a fire department dedicated to us. We have a part of the grid dedicated to our businesses and our homes. If someone comes in liking how our community is set up and they become converted to our way of life and Torah observancy, whatever their test and litmus test may be, we will then say we can accept you in. So if they are living beneath our commonwealth, which could leave them somewhat compromised and feeling as if they should be jealous of what we have, we want to annihilate that. That leaves us from being robbed by them, because nobody's going to steal from us if they have the same thing we have. So how do we help the common wealth of our neighborhood? Let's all go through what we have, sell what we have in excess, and then make an actual account that we can give to people who are less than our average, less than our standard in our community. And then we will give to them through Sidka, through vetting, to bring them up to what everyone has common. So if we have a person who's coming into our neighborhood and the commonwealth of our neighborhood is 2-car garage, 5-bedroom home, 1.5 acres of land, and they are coming in and their house is broke down. There's only 1-bedroom house. They got a bike and not a car. We will, after we see them living the life of conversion, we will then all sow into them from this fund to add on to their 1-bedroom home 4 more bedrooms, add their bike, upgrade it to at least 1 car, and we all have 2-car garages. We will begin to sow into them from this fund to bring them up to the commonwealth of our neighborhood, so they do not feel as if they should covet what we have, and we all look the same. Oh, how good and pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, in uniformity. Everybody's got 2 cars. Everybody's got a 5-bedroom house. Everybody has a pool in the backyard. And of course, our common amenities, fire, police, hospital, education, all of that belongs to us. The stores, the commodities. If you have a business in our neighborhood, we will come and patronize your business before we go down the street to Walmart in another neighborhood. So your Sidka is deeper than just you giving to a panhandler on the street, or even a homeless person. No disrespect to what my dear sister was talking about earlier. This just happens to be a part of that conversation in general, broad stroke. Because if in fact you are giving to your enemy who has vowed to kill you, Y'all get that?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
this word is awesome. Yes.
So we must understand what tzedakah means, what charity means. So that church, y'all use the analogy, the church, the first church of the book of Acts did not give their excess charity money to the apostles to step on it on top of a pulpit. I said that again. I said I wasn't going to say that about that stuff no more. The point is, tzedakah is an actual function of vetting who we can trust our charity to, because they have come into and converted to our way of life. See, church and kingdom are two different things. You got how many GoFundMe pages? See, in the kingdom, you don't have to put up a GoFundMe page because the kingdom takes care of its own. Whoa. Well, you have not because you ask not. That's a completely different concept. Well, such and so is in need over here. If you're part of the kingdom and you are part of the fellowship and you are part of what we do and how we live, we already know what you got need of. You will never have to broadcast that on social media because we honor the exclusivity of your life and we honor the confidentiality of your life. The world don't need to know you broke down. The world don't need to know you so dastardly sick that we got to go outside to get help, because we, like the first church in the book of Acts, we've set a fund aside for these kind of situations. The apostles don't live out of it. There is a board over and vetting the applications of those who have needs. Oh, y'all never saw it that way? Okay.
Never saw it and never was taught.
So keeping those things in mind where we are with those things. Again, when Yahweh gave us the Shabbat, he invested in us. When you give charity, charity is an investment into someone. And what investment do you make you have not vetted? If we could, many of y'all are thinking right now, if you could go back and take back all the things you thought you were sowing into of significance and importance and 30, 60, 100 phone return on, how wealthy do you think you would be?
Man, look at here.
Very wealthy.
Just two people, nobody else. Y'all not going to admit that I sold into some tomfoolery.
I did.
Absolutely did.
Y'all really going to look at me like that? Y'all act like none of y'all have just sown every seed y'all sown. Just
Definitely. Right.
and then when we get good ground, we urinate on it, we scuff our heels on it, we drop all of our baggage and old cars broke down, leaking oil, leaking transmission fluid, and leave it parked on it because they won't tell you, well, we'll park it over there. And you just park it there because of their kindness and their meekness. And then you go out and get another property, but you won't park on their property that way. You'll get this. And once you got that broke down jalopy, you just left over here talking about, help me get it where I got to go. And they try to help you and they start working under the engine with you, and you drug it over there, towed it over there in a car, in a tow truck, dropped it on this good ground and say, can you help me? With the intention of being helped. They help you get up under there and start wiring things out. And then you find out the car is past repair. And then they say, all right, we'll leave it here until you can come pick it up. And you never come pick it up, leaving them to deal with your trash to haul away. They can't even now plant in that area because your car is still leaking transmission and oil and hydraulic fluid all over their ground in that area, seeping down into their compost and seeping down in their good soil. Then they got to box it off because they're still trying to be nice to you, knowing you must be struggling if you ain't came and got it back. But then a month later, they see you driving a Rolls Royce.
Oops.
And you parking it on the apron with paper underneath of it, but you're gonna leave this on my property when I try to be nice to you, and then you're gonna come back again after they repo your actual, Rolls Royce, because whatever that thing happened, and now you're gonna come back and say, hey, listen, last time you tried to help me with my other car, well, they repoed the Rolls Royce, so I had to go buy a Buick, and then I got the Buick and I found that the transmission was bad, so now I'm riding around, it's clicking right now. Can you help me? Because I know you're good with fixing cars. And you're like, well, all right, you do need the car to work. I don't want to see you hurting. So come on up, bring it up here again. And then the transmission dislodges from the engine. And now you got to leave that car there too. And you're like, well, bro, you got one car sitting here already. Oh, y'all don't like me talking? Y'all notice the Beat Everyday translation of life, right?
But that's just how people will do you.
And will not come back and pick it up. Talk about, well, he'll let me hold it there. She'll let me stay there, keep that parked there on their property line. And I ain't got to pay towage. I don't have to pay storage. I don't have to do the eco correction and the what's that called? The
going green or something like that.
Not the environmental EPA, right? We have no EPA cleanup regulations. The EPA, cleanup and all that stuff. The Environment Protection Pact. We ain't got to do none of that because that's Apostle. That's this person. They'll let me leave my junk parked in their space. Forget their family wanting to expand and build a house and put up a garden there. We'll just leave it there. God will bless them. God will do it. No, you can't do that to people. And we do that. Anybody having flashbacks of how people have done you and are doing you right now in your life?
Can I say something when you get
so yeah, we got y'all. So I want y'all to make sure y'all understand quickly what has to happen in how we deal with Sitka and love. Where did we go wrong with love? And how can we fix it? Because people will come, urinate all over your yard, defecate all over your yard. Now, fortunately, you can use some of that as fertilizer. Y'all didn't like that? He's just too graphic.
No. That was a little far.
But it's true. That's what it is.
Right.
The issue is when you get past the fact that y'all just did that to me, you know what? But what the enemy meant for evil and what selfishness felt it could do, Yahweh will turn that around for my good. Yahweh is the greatest recycler you will ever know. And sometimes there are things that happen in your life that you will feel appalled and as if there was an egregious thing done against you. And Yahweh's like, yeah, I knew they would do it, but it was the only way to get this in your yard to help you. Now, go ahead, move that. Don't even charge them. Call the tow trucks to come and get both of these cars. Bring in some new landfill. I'm going to bless you with the harvest that will come out of that spot. Matter of fact, it was a good thing that those cars were left there because there was a new thing I want you to plant there that is ahead of its time. Somebody say what the enemy meant for evil, Yahweh always means for good.
What the enemy meant for evil.
Now I can hear some of y'all saying, well, Apostle, they wasn't trying to be evil. Evil is selfish. Evil is not egregious. Evil is anything unrighteous. Evil is anything narcissistic, anything selfish. Evil does not mean something horrid and something necessarily spiteful. Evil's evil.
I wanted to share my last comment.
Hold that thought, bro. So what we do, and we want to hear your thoughts too. So what we want to make sure we grasp and we understand is that what Yahweh does for us, in us, through us, and toward us is to invest in us. He invested his word. Listen, Yahweh sent his word to heal our land. He invested his word to heal our land. And these are the areas in which we have to begin to realize what he does for us. And when he gives us a word, it's an investment. It's not a blessing. A blessing is not a reward. A blessing is a tool to get you to complete the job you were predestined in life for. So the moment you start getting, oh, God is blessing me, he blessing me, and you squander the blessing, what you're doing is that you're not using the tool he gave you to give you better. You think the blessing is a reward. The blessing is a tool to get the reward. I hope that makes sense. Moderators, talk to me.
I believe Daphne. Was there anyone that I missed before Daphne?
Did we get Chrysler?
Yes, we got Chrysler.
And Mrs. Adelaide?
Yes, sir.
You have them still in queue? I think they came back on again. And I think I heard Brother Chris again too. All right, yeah, so I believe there was somebody before Daphne. There was somebody before Daphne. All right, so Daphne, go.
So, Apostle, thank you. This teaching is so needed, and I had a flashback because when you say the word sitcom, now what I'm able to see is community, dealing with the community. Now I'm understanding when people when they have these disputes about people entering their communities, it's not that people don't want you in the community or disliking you or anything. It's like you're saying, identifying who belongs there and who does not. I'm almost wanting to think that had we not segregation, separation, but had we fought a little bit harder and built up our communities, I'm wondering if there would be a different spin or a different turnaround. So I'm understanding. I had a situation where Ronnie and we were in Hawaii, and we went to get onto this trolley. And the gentleman simply said, he said, "I'm sorry, you cannot get on this trolley. This is for the Asian community." At first, I was a little upset, but then when I took the time and thought about it and looked at it, it was for their community. So you have to position yourself, fit in, know that you belong into that community to enter in and fit into that community. So looking upon our platform, like we're a kingdom community family now. So you have to be justified to get in. Some people just want to come in and disrupt things, but knowing you just don't belong there. Well, what I'll say to that is so that it doesn't slip into, racism and sectism. It's because that door stays open and pretty wide. And let me enhance what you're saying, because what you're saying is sort of kind of raw, true, but raw. For instance, Asian community in general, and any community in general, has its own basic fundamental faith. And you don't want to attach yourself to something that is functioning out of worship for its deity. If you get into certain areas of faith, if you're not converted to that way of faith, one of the byproducts of their faith may be a service in a community based on their faith. You could desecrate that.
And you would think, well, in the melting pot of the world, i.e. America, we're supposed to be here to try and be one as a people, but we can be one as a people to defend our nation, which gives us civil liberties and rights at end of day as a national guard. But when it comes down to the cultures that are within, everybody doesn't respect your culture. And your culture is going to be based on, in many instances, your ethnicity. I shouldn't say ethnicity. Your culture is your ethnicity, but it's going to be based on your faith. So you could desecrate, and in order to make sure you don't desecrate their faith, they make sure that, hey, I can tell by how you moving, you don't. Now, is that stereotyping? Yeah, it can be. But truth be told, when you move into a neighborhood, they need to vet you. When you come into my neighborhood, I'm cool with anybody living next to me because of how I've been nurtured. But when I understand Torah and the way community is properly built, I'm okay with you being different from me. But the people I want next to me are people who are like me, not that my four and no more, because that sounds prejudice. But at the end of the day, Yahweh even says healing is the children's bread. I don't think you can get a more prejudiced response and or principle than that. Messiah even demonstrated it. The woman sat there and says, hey, while you're talking to these people about healing, my daughter is sick. I am not of your ethnicity. I am not of your bloodline. I'm actually a servant. I'm actually an indentured servant to one of the families sitting here. My daughter, who is not of your bloodline, is sick. Could you please help me? And he said in the most prejudiced way you could hear. Now, y'all, Messiah is not prejudiced. I'm just telling you how the principles carry out. He said, it's not meat, order, decency and order. It's not meat, decency and order for me to give the children's bread to dogs. Listen to what she said. I hear you. But what I know and have read of your culture, I know who you are. They're wondering. I have no doubt who you are. And in order for me to be an indentured servant in my master's house, I have to know their culture. And the Torah I'm reading tells me that you are the person they're looking for. They don't know it, but I know it. Messiah looks at her and says, no greater faith have I seen in all of Israel. Because she said, by faith, she said, even the dogs, based on what I've read, will eat the crumbs that falls from that table. I'm just letting you know I know who you are. He said, woo, girl, keep your mouth quiet. Y'all, you go home. Your baby's healed already. I can't do that right now. You too many years ahead of your time.
Come on.
So, as Daphne is saying, you have to protect what's yours because others will not. They will not know the reason for the decorations. They will not know where to sit and where to rise. And then there are cases where you don't have time to train them, especially if they are completely oblivious. It may be even better to train an oblivious person, but if they have no will to be of conversion, there's certain areas you can't go into. Even your tabernacle is prejudicial. You can't come past a certain point. Now, we have big issues with racism. We have big issue with sectism. We have big issues with prejudicial issues. All of this is significant. And we have to find ourselves in a position to realize and understand that we can only do in proper order what in fact Yahweh's word says to do And it does say, be ye separate, says Yahweh. Now, what do we mean by be ye separate, says Yahweh? If they're not living like you live, do not give over to their ways. If they come into your community and they're interested in learning your ways and they are sincere with it, and you can vet that they're not mocking you behind your back and all that stuff, man, bring them in. Bring them in. But once you vet it that they are sincere about the conversion and getting to know you. Other than that, you can't give them access into the Holy of Holies. You can't give them access into your intimate space because they will desecrate it. Well, ain't that interceding? No. That's you letting someone come and spoil you. You can't do that until I'm willing to do away with the way that I live. This is the way I live. And if I can see clearly that's not of interest to you, I would love to have you in. But based on how you moving and how you talking and how you rolling, I know you're not ready for that. So this, unfortunately, until you're ready, isn't for you. And people don't like to talk about that. But the truth is, you can't get into eternal life unless you're ready for the word. And Elohim will stand and say to you, depart from me, you've worked iniquity. You've had no desire to work righteousness. So eternal life is for those who've worked righteousness, of all ethnicities, of all sect classes, of all financial classes, of all educational classes. They have converted to this way of life. You chose not to, so you got to go over there. You can't come to these gates. Man, that got me in so much trouble on the panel one day. But does that make sense? Daphne's point, I just want to enhance that, because when in fact, for instance, I don't think a lot of people understand this until I make it clear. If you have a basketball gym, if you have a basketball gym that you built for basketball, and then you put in wood floors, you wax those floors, and you come in to play basketball. And then some people, just rambunctious, they see a place and they got on football, soccer shoes. And they may be good people, but they're coming in with no restraint, water everywhere, and soccer cleats or football cleats on. This flooring in this gym can't handle what you're about to put on them with your spikes. You can't come in. Take your shoes off. That's conforming. Put on these rubber-soled shoes. That's conforming. We ain't got to take these shoes off. We coming in there. We can walk on these. Don't matter how greasy this floor is. Yeah, but you're damaging the purpose of this floor. You would desecrate the purpose for why we built this gym. Do y'all get that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, who's next on cue?
Chris, sir.
All right, I'll keep this short. So I have this written down, my takeaways from this room today. A minister told me to read the book of Acts, And you spoke about that, and that was confirmation for me. So I'm going to do that. You spoke about being blessed and not celebrating the blessing because it's a job that we have to do.
Let me pause you.
I have it on my, yes, sir.
A blessing is not the reward. A blessing means I got more work to do. I'm blessed.
That's what I was saying.
I'm blessed in the city. I'm blessed in the field. That means I've been given tools to do the job that I got to go do in the city. I've been given tools to do the job I got to do in the field. I've not yet received the rate and or the yield on my return. I've not yet received the harvest for the efforts. And each blessing is at a different stage.
And this is my takeaway.
Go ahead.
My online business, I took it to the streets. I'm a street vendor. I don't have a license. I literally just showed up, and I've been out there for a year. And in my mind, I'm thinking, God blessed me with this. You know, I could set up my shop and people are going to come and buy my stuff. And I haven't been out there approaching people. I'm just sitting there waiting for people to come to me. And it's not a reward. I have a job to do. And this is confirmation. I've been squandering this blessing because I'm thinking that I need to just wait for people to come instead of me going out there and talking to the people. And that's my second point. So, and I'm not pitching anything. I just want to throw that out there.
Well, I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
Yeah.
So if
my brand is called HCM.
Okay. Well, we can't do that today. We did it on another day because we can't promote this that other than the Shabbat other than Torah.
I'm not promoting anything.
No. You're welcome to. It's just we'll set up a time when you can do that. We want you to do that. We want you to do that. We want you in this space to prosper. However, we still have Torah to observe. And in that, when you mentioned, you said, and I love what you're talking about, you went and you set up shop. And can you pick it up from there? You said you went and you set up shop and you were...
Yeah, I set up the shop and I was waiting for people to come to me because of a fear of going out there and really being active and talking to the people about what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at my shop as a reason for people to come instead of me actually handling my business and talking to the people. So I was squandering this blessing because it's not a reward. I have a job to do.
Correct.
He gave me a platform, and if I don't use this platform, it could be taken away at any given time.
Easily. Well, he's never going to take, Yahweh will never take anything away from you, but you can definitely lose it by poor upkeep.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And when you spoke about mastermind, it's confirmation because mastermind is have healthy change mastermind. So I'm looking at the Sabbath now as an extension of my business, a time for me to remove myself and
take an intermission
into this.
Take an intermission and learn the instructions for how to make your business work well. And I wouldn't say invite people. I would say no. And I will tell you why. The worst thing we did in church was invite people, because we are inviting people into something we ourselves had not mastered. If you master what you have, you will never have to invite anybody.
And that's what you spoke about with
you will only have to ever welcome them. Because if you try to invite people to something, even though they may be, open to it, if they should convert, it will always be based on your invitation, never on their inquiry.
Yes, sir. Last question.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. This is a slow cook.
I got you.
You do not. And when you invite people and they get converted and then they run into other church people who say they're like you and they find out that they got hurt and damaged and feeling stepped on and mistreated and mistouched and all this stuff like that, then they will blame you for the invitation that they didn't ask you for. And therefore, you know what? To heck with all of that. And they can all go to double hockey sticks. But it's different when someone is like, hey, I've been watching you. How you do that? Why do you do it that way? Why do you think that way? It seems to be successful for you. Well, can I come and hang out with you? Sure, you're welcome. There's a difference when someone is following you and coming to where you are because of an invitation you gave them, as opposed to their inquiry and you welcoming their inquiry. Big difference.
It hits different.
Big difference. And so what we've done is we've invited people, and that's why half of them can't stand the church now. They can't stand church people, the way church people are, because we took it as a quota to get people to come in and build it was a numbers game. Salvation is not a numbers game. Salvation is not a quantitative thing. Salvation is a quality thing. So I can't invite somebody into something I myself am new at. Well, what about the woman at the well? She said, come see a man. Did he not tell me everything I ever knew? Well, they were already a part of a people looking for the Messiah. So that's a different type of invite. This was a, hey, come vet this. We're looking for this, right? Come vet this. Come see this man. He didn't tell me everything I ever did. So he's walking like and talking like a prophet, but there's something different about him. Can y'all come see a man who told me everything? Is not this the Messiah? Oh, I wish Christianity could hear what I'm trying to say to y'all. Pardon me. I'm really not trying to say it. I've said it. And it's not me that wants it to be heard. My job in this part of my life is to share what I know. And I share what I know only on a platform that is mine. If you came in here, we didn't invite you, but you are welcome. You can come and go as you please. But again, people don't proclaim to be kings and queens and don't know diplomatic protocol. So what we do and how we operate is completely different than what we do in church. Come on, get everybody to come to church. We're going to have a revival. We're going to get people in here. We're going to teach the word to them, and they're going to get saved. You have that revival, and 100 people gave their lives to God that day. All right. Some of them came back. Some of them didn't. After about 3 months, if what you gave and what was done by that invitation was really locked, ironclad and locked tight, then we should see some residual, and people should be coming back. Out of that 100 people, 3 months later, you're still back down to the 13 people that held the revival. Who got changed? Who got saved? It was just an event, ultimately. Could it be that one planet, one waters, and ultimately Yahweh will add the increase? Absolutely, 100%. But it's basically a numbers game from a religious construct as opposed to a kingdom's intention, because that deals with the quality of life. How can I live better after I've experienced these words? Oh my goodness, that makes sense. That explains to me why I couldn't do this, and that explains to me why that happened. All right, I'll be back next week. We're going to talk more about this. Okay, great. And this is a welcoming versus an invitation. This is a quality versus a quantity that makes a ministry effective, prosperous, and empowered. All right, brother, you have one last thing. What you got?
Yes, I promise. Last thing.
Go ahead.
So for these 6 days that we're out here working, is there any action steps that we should be following for the next Sabbath?
Sure. Labor to enter in. I'm going to hit those next verses. We got a couple of verses to hit here before we close off. I want to get through this next one. Hebrews chapter 4, verses 4 through 12. Those are the action steps. Let us labor to enter into Sabbath, to enter into that rest. And what we do when we leave Sabbath is we get instructions on how to live for Elohim. Sometimes it doesn't seem all, fresh revelation. Most times it deals with bringing and putting things into a accountability, into understanding. It helps us to redundantly learn what discerning looks like, and the word does that. So Hebrews chapter 4 for you, in case you run off of here, because we're going to be on for a few more minutes, but that would be what I say as far as what do we do in days 1 through 6. We remember what we learned in Torah. We remember what we learned in Shabbat, and then we continually remind ourselves of the writ as we go along. So in a more text way for you, putting it as content in your head, go to Hebrews 4 through 12. And then for context, as you keep coming back, you'll see what that means. This is not like Christendom. And it's another thing too. Let me remind everybody who's new to keeping Torah. It is not like Christianity. There is no 25-minute sermon. There is no 5 ways to getting God to move, 8 ways to getting God to bless my business, 9 ways to get God to give me the best spouse for my life, 22 steps and prayers to make heaven move. All these books that give you these hacks to getting the power of God to be present in your life, none of them work. Yahweh only works on obedience to his word. If you have faith, faith comes by hearing, hearing by the word. If you have faith the size of the grain of a mustard seed, you can say to a mountain in your way, be moved and cast yonder. And Yahweh Sabaoth will make it happen. Because you have faith.
Do you have a cash app?
You have faith and you have what that is. All right, what did you say, Miss Sir?
I'd like to sow a seed and be a king and respect the kingdom.
If you're on Cash App, we don't ask for it, but there is a contribution at the bottom, a button there. You can hit that. Anybody can go there, and you'll be sowing directly into VWJ and Darash Kingdom Ministries, and it is a 501c3 organization. And respect to the fact that you picked up even in that lesson that principle, which wasn't why we do this. But it is a point. I'm the same way. I never go to a ministry and not leave a blessing. So
where is it? I'm sorry.
I think it's on my moderators. Somebody tell people how to do that if you're on the platform. If you're on Clubhouse, what do? You hit my profile. I think it is.
And I just pinned the link to the
VW Jones.
VWJ. Yes. Mm-hmm. Just go to VWJ Ministries. There's something pinned in there. But if you hit, I think in Clubhouse, we have in Clubhouse there, you go to my profile, and at the bottom of the profile, there's a contribution tab. Yeah. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yahweh bless you for that. Sir. Again, unsolicited. We just teach how to and what to give. All right. What happened to Atale? Didn't she? I'm almost positive she had another question that she was asking.
So she finished, Priscilla finished her point, and Atale finished her point as well, Apostle.
Okay. All right. Are we all done? Everybody got your questions out and thoughts out?
No, you have Brianna next.
Brianna, hey, shalom. Shabbat shalom, Brianna.
Shabbat shalom,
okay.
Pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, today in the Word, I remember last night you were speaking in Sabbath about reading the writ and allowing Yahweh to lead us where he wants to direct us. And today, Yahweh directed me to Deuteronomy 11:2. And as I began to read, and I also download like a cross-reference Bible to help me like better get confirmation and understanding. And then it led me over, to Luke 21, and I started to read that, and I go back to Deuteronomy and read. And the reason why I brought it up is because today you spoke on obeying the commandments and the rewards of those who follow Yahweh. And I just thought it was pretty cool that I was already reading on that. And then you just gave confirmation on everything about our rewards don't come from like just being good people or doing good deeds or because we're someone special or anything of that nature. It doesn't come from a title. It pretty much comes from obeying the commandments Yahweh has in place. And I noticed in Deuteronomy it mentioned that. And then it also went down to details about the reward for when we obey his command. And when it mentioned the reward, I know that you were saying something about things being predestined, that it's not just to one people and that everyone is qualified, and Yahweh wants everyone to win. But in order for all of us to win is for us to obey his commandments. And then he literally writes down what we will be winning when we do exactly what he tells us to do. So I just wanted to share that because as I'm getting better at doing Sabbath and understanding how to go about reading in my word, the fact that Yahweh led me there and then you elaborated on it today even more in depth, I just thought it was really cool. I wanted to share it.
Yeah, that is pretty cool because like you said, I like what you said, as I'm learning to do Sabbath better. We came from a world of Christianity that Sabbath was Sunday. And it wasn't all 24 hours. It was just Sunday service. Sabbath wasn't 24 hours. Sabbath was Sunday service. Okay, go to children's Bibles. Was it Sunday school? And then go to the 11 o'clock service or the 9:30 service or the 1 o'clock service. And then you done. Hallelujah. And if the pastor should happen to be driving down to 2 cities over, we can get on the bus and go there and support him and, tell them, we welcome you once, we welcome you twice, we welcome you in the name of Jesus Christ. If you ever need us, just call on us and we'll be there to support your church's event too. Hallelujah. Yeah. All right. So my point is, so that was what, because learning how to Sabbat is a huge thing. And then we have all these myths out there from other faith systems that tell you can't cook, iron, you can't climb up the steps too fast. You can't sit down too fast. You got to go easy, slow. If you go too fast, you use too much energy, you can't let yourself get into a tight. You got to run to the bathroom real fast. You can't run fast. You got to walk slow. If you don't make it, oh well, you should have thought about it for you. So it's like crazy stuff. Y'all be surprised at stuff I've heard, man. I'm like, who in the world told you that? Yeah, because you can't go fast. Like, what? So what Brianna said was, as I'm learning to do Sabbath better, because we weren't cultured to do Sabbath 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And you've been doing, not Sabbath stuff. So you do have to break out of those defaults that happen like organically and sometimes unbeknownst to you. And you still doing them like, oh, shoot, I wasn't supposed to do that. Right. And you're learning how to do Sabbath better. That's why we keep going over how do you Sabbath. In the interim, we get nuggets that come and jewels and gems that come. And so we can learn what it looks like. The biggest thing about how you get God. Where, Brother Chris still on here? Chris, you still here?
Yes, sir.
One of the biggest things you can do to get Elohim to bless your life, empower your life, is to simply obey Shabbat. Learn that first. Do what you do days 1 through 6, but learn how to bless Shabbat. Yahweh don't need you to do anything to build your business. And that goes for anybody. Yahweh does not have to do anything to build you don't have to do anything to build your business. Just occupy, do what your business plan is until he comes. How he comes is when you come to him. When you come to him in the Sabbath, Isaiah 58, 13 through 14. Let me show this to y'all for business sake. Some of y'all who are in business, let me blow your mind with this piece. We talked about it already with the Queen of Sheba, right? But look at Isaiah 58, 13 through 14. Look at it from this perspective now. What he says is, if you turn away your foot from Sabbath, I'm going to put it on the screen so y'all can see it. If you turn away your foot from Sabbath, from doing your own pleasure on my holy day, Sabbath is his holy day. Moedim is his holy day. And if you call the Shabbat a delight, if you call it Chodesh of Yahweh, if you will call it honorable, and if you will honor Elohim by not doing your own way, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words, then shall you delight yourself in Yahweh, and Yahweh will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth and feed you with the heritage of Jacob, your father. For the mouth of Yahweh Sabaoth have spoken it. So to understand this, when you honor Yahweh or Elohim by keeping his word, by obeying his instructions, you don't have to think. He will be the one that gives you witty inventions. He will be the one who comes to you in your study time and lets you know we need to shift your business plan. We need to do this, that, or the other. When you come to him in Sabbath and sit with him in Shabbat, Yahweh sends angels out to literally start working your business on your behalf. All you do is occupy your business plan. Yahweh causes your business to ride up on the high places. You ever had those moments where somebody came and saw your work, and then next week 35 people came and they all said, such and so told me, such and so told me, such and so told me?
It's the best feeling.
It is, but that's Yahweh doing it. Because Yahweh will cause those things that are for you in that season and in that time to come. And sometimes we want our businesses to flourish and to flow, but there needs to be a time of gestation. There needs to be a time of germination. There needs to be a time of maturation, because if the wealth we dreamed for was given to us as soon as we dreamed it, we'd blow it. We have to learn how to live with the plan, and Yahweh matures us to where we can handle it. All right. So great ad, Brianna. Hope that helped you guys. It's important to realize it. Now, let's just real quick get to these last few passages we talk about here in this. Moderators, I'm all done with Q, right?
Apostle. This is Dr. Lee. I'm sorry. I'm new.
No, you're okay.
Yeah. So I didn't disconnect myself. Somehow I got disconnected. Something I done, but I did have something that so now the Torah, I'm coming into the Torah. So I just left Christianity and found out that that's not where it's at. And I began to do my study on the kingdom. So I connected to the kingdom and understanding the kingdom principles, the keys to the kingdom, and understanding that Torah, okay, in Torah, everything is a requisition. God says, you do this and I do that. So I've been walking in the kingdom because I have dominion. Jesus came to give it back to me. And I have been praying it. And I can truly say that when I go forth every day and I confess the word, and I say that men should give unto my bosom, whatever door that I have opened for someone to give to me, they give it to me. And it's just truly amazing. So now I'm coming into the knowledge of the Torah through your teaching. And I just want to tell you that, oh my God, this is my first day. And I do charity, and I used to do large charity events. And it was always all of my own money. Nothing that anybody really donate other than the people who came in to minister to the people. They will bring some things, but the majority of the stuff was bought for with my money. Mm-hmm. And to have this new revelation on the difference between blessing my brother. If my brother comes to me and he doesn't have a coat, you ought to give it to, opposed to blessing someone who is not in the kingdom. And where I was feeling kind of I was feeling hurt a little bit, and then at the same time I was saying, oh my God, I just gave this to these people and it's like I didn't even give it to them, And that revelation that you brought me today, I tell you, it has truly delivered me. And I was negotiating with somebody about doing a prayer conference, and she was saying that we're going to charge. And in my mind, and thank God that you corrected me. I thank God for correction. In my mind, I was like, oh my God, she's finna pimp the money, the knowledge of God, you know. And so I was like, we're not supposed to do that. We're supposed to just give. And so now you have corrected me on that, on a lot today. And I just wanted to say to you, oh my God, thank you so much for following the call of God. And I truly look forward to joining your team and learning more.
Yahweh be praised. We're also glad to have you in this space. And to those of you who are new to this programming and this type of teaching, it's always wonderful at first. We get hundreds and hundreds of people in here, and as we continue to teach, because it's a slow cook. Like I was sharing earlier with, I think, a few of you, there is no 5 ways to this and 9 ways to that and 8 ways to see God open the heavens and pour on your head. It is a matter of obedience, and he knows the season and the phasing you're in. So, what you can do is contact Elder Page. She can actually give you time to sit with us. I'd like to talk with you about the thing you put on the platform, which, you did. Just contact Elder Page. If Elder Page is here, somebody can give her information to contact us, and she'll put you on the book so we can have a conversation if you'd like, and have other questions that you might have. That goes for you, Brother Chris. That goes for anybody who's new and who would like to know more about the protocols to Torah observancy. Because we still have our defaults from Christendom. We can never forget where we've been and cut our teeth. That part will never happen. We will just never forget. But there are things and areas and elements that Yahweh does reveal to us in said spaces. So I want to make sure that you do that, Atale. So whoever is moderating can get her in touch with Elder Page, and vice versa, Elder Page with me. So we'll look forward to that. And I want you guys to remember, Yahweh would that none come and perish, but he would that all come to repentance. You can't drag a person. You can't manipulate a person into, coming. That person has to literally, in order for there to be change, that person has to sort of kind of want it. And not want it because you suggested it and said, you need Jesus, you need God. Remember that Yeshua came to show you how to get back the place of dominion Adam squandered. What Yeshua gave us was, as he said, I did not come to destroy the Torah. I did not come to do away with the prophets before me who propagated the Torah. I came to show you how to live the Torah. So when Yeshua gave us anything, he gave us proper ensample, proper demonstration of how the word of Elohim and its creative power is to be lived in the life of a human being to accomplish the predestined plan of Elohim for that life. That is a life pleasing to the Father. Because a lot of stuff we out here doing and saying and speaking and trying to get to manifest, it ain't his word. And Yahweh's not obligated to manifest anything that's not his word. And more importantly, anything that's not his word for your life in the season of life you're in. Does that make sense, y'all? Y'all get that?
Yes, sir.
So to them that have come today to sit with us in DKM Ministries and the Sabbath teachings and worship, we do this every Friday around 11 p.m.ish Eastern Standard Time. And then we do it in the daytime of Saturday. Usually I'm earlier than the 2 o'clock time I came on today. I was just in a state of meditation and prayer. I can't help you. I can't serve you unless I put my mask on first. It's like the airlines. I can't, you know, if we in crisis in the air, I got to put my oxygen mask on first before I can help anybody else with me. So getting my time of meditation and getting my oxygen mask on first, I'm able to then share and open mine up to help others learn how to put their oxygen masks on as well. And the Torah and the time of Shabbat is oxygen, is blessing, is empowerment, is a gift to the human. It's a gift to all of humanity, not just the Jews, not just Israel. Sabbath was given to Adam, the first human. Y'all do know Adam wasn't a Jew, right?
Yes, sir.
That is true.
Y'all know Moshe wasn't a Jew, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all know King David wasn't a Jew?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So Sabbath keeping wasn't given to the Jews.
It was not.
Sabbath keeping was given to humans. For that matter, everything in creation knows to rest on the seventh day. It's intrinsic, it's innate. Let me pull up this piece for you guys so we can understand the latter parts of what we got to do here. So we took Shemot chapter number 16. Let's go to Shemot 16. Everybody join me there real quick. Shemot chapter 16. Join me there very quickly. Exodus chapter 16. We're going to get done with this because I got to finish this. Shemot 16. We've already read most of it and everything that we're going to read. Shemot chapter 16, verse number 28. And Yahweh said, how long do you refuse to keep my Torah? How long do you refuse to keep my commandment? How long do you refuse to keep my mitzvah and my Torah? Verse 28, 29 says, see that Yahweh has given you Shabbat. Therefore, he gives you on 6th day the bread for 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Verse 30 says, so the people rested on the Shabbat, on the 7th day. So even if Sabbath was Sunday on the Gregorian calendar, you don't go to church on Sunday. Oops. The next place we want to go is, as we've been already, Isaiah chapter number 58. We've been here. We just read it. But for the sake of making sure we're clear about it, how to Sabbath. If you turn away your foot, verse 13, if you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, from doing your pleasure on my holy day, and if you call the Sabbath a delight, call it holy of Yahweh, call it honorable, and will honor Yahweh, not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasures, nor speaking your own words, then shall you delight yourself in Yahweh. And Yahweh says, I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth. Everything connected to you, your health, your marriage, your ministry, your company, your business, your neighborhood, your house, your children, your offspring, I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth and feed you with the heritage of Jacob, your father, for the mouth of Yahweh Tsabaoth have spoken it. Another place we go to so that you understand the significance and the power of this day and these times, I want you to really, get this because it's important. And that is in the book of Mark. You'll see where Yahweh gives this charge through Yeshua that we are to understand from Mark chapter 2, verse 27. Mark 2, 27. Are y'all there? Mark 2, verse 27 through 28. There is a piece you need to realize about the Sabbath. Yahweh is very clear about it, and he means this. Yeshua really gave us the clue here. He goes on to say these very words. He says in verse 26, how he went into the house of Elohim during the days of the high priest Abiathar, and he did eat the showbread, which was only lawful to eat for the priests, and he gave to them that were also with him. Verse 27 says, and he said unto them, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. Therefore, the Son of Man, somebody say that's me. Say I'm the Son of Man. Say I'm the Son of Man. Say I'm the Son of Man.
I'm the Son of Man.
The Son of Man is master of the Shabbat. If there's any day you are in control, any day that you are in control, it's today. You have the ability, if you learn Elohim's word and give yourself focus for 24 hours in his word, he will show you things you can speak, things you can see, things you can understand to regurgitate, and then Ruach HaKodesh will hasten to bring those things to fruition. Yahweh will call his angels, Yahweh Tsabaoth will call his heavenly host to begin to move on your behalf before you even get back out into day 6, into your grind. And when you come out, they'll be sitting there waiting for you to bless and prosper you. Of course, you got to act right, do right, but those are facts. So as we look at this, the next passage we have is Luke chapter number 6, verses 5 through 6, which we have out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, every word must be established, right? And so what Yahweh shares with us here is this word. Luke chapter 6, verses 5 through 6 goes on to indict these very words. He says, verses 5, and he said to them that the Son of Man is master also of the Sabbath. And it came to pass, I want to read verses 4. Sorry, guys. Verses 4 and 5. Sorry. How he went into the house of Elohim and did eat the showbread and gave them also that were with him. But it's really not lawful for anybody to eat that showbread except for the priests alone. And then Messiah said, he said unto them that the Son of Man is master also of the Sabbath. You and I are the Son of Man. All right. Now, this last piece is Hebrews chapter 4. I think one of our brothers, Brother Chris, was inquiring about what are the actual practical steps. I want y'all to really grasp this because it's a significant thing. Hebrews chapter number 4, verses number 4 are very important to know and to read. So let's put ourselves in posture to understand them. Hebrews 4, verses 4 through 12. For he spake in a certain place about the 7th day, and then he spoke on this wise about the 7th day, that Elohim did rest the 7th day from all of his works. Well, verse 4 of Hebrews 4 is directly connected to Genesis 2, verses 1 through 3. This is how he spoke about the 7th day. Elohim rested from the 7th day from all of his works. And in that place, again, if they shall enter into my rest, the Shabbat of Yahweh, verse 6, seeing therefore the Sabbath remains, that some of us must enter therein. And they to whom it was first preached, the ones Moshe, they did not enter in because of their unbelief. Verse 7, again, Elohim limiteth a certain day, using David to say, today, after a long time, as it is said, today, the Sabbath, if you will hear his voice, The voice of Elohim is the word of Elohim. The word of Elohim is Adonai. If you will hear his voice, Deuteronomy chapter number 28, verse 1, harden not your hearts if you hear his voice. Verse 8 goes on to read, if Yeshua had given them Shabbat, because there's some people who think that Yeshua is our Sabbath. Well, Paul makes it clear. And I can take it from Paul because Paul met Yeshua. Paul says, for if Yeshua had been their Shabbat, then why would he not afterwards have spoken of another day? So if he was their Sabbath, why did he say, hey, y'all stay here for the next Sabbath? If he was their Sabbath, if he fulfilled all the Sabbaths, because he didn't. He's in them all, but he didn't fulfill them, like do away with them. He showed you how to do them. Verse 8, if Yeshua given them Shabbat, if he was the Shabbat, then why would he afterwards have spoken of another day? Verse 9 says, there remains therefore, because of this fact, there remains therefore a rest, a Sabbath to the people of Elohim. Can y'all say, I am a people of God? I am a people of Elohim?
I'm a people of
Elohim.
Sabbath remains for you. Sabbath remains for you. For he that is entered into Elohim's Shabbat, he also is Kodesh, because Yahweh would be Kodesh. Verse 10, he that is entered into his Shabbat, he also ceased from his own works, just as Elohim ceased from his works. Verse 11 says, let us labor because of this to make sure we enter into that rest. Somebody shout Sabbath rest. Come on, shout it. Sabbath rest.
Sabbath rest.
Let us therefore, with this truth in front of us, labor to enter into this great time, lest any man should fall after the same example of unbelief. That's what the children of Israel did. They had an example of unbelief about the Sabbath. What's important about that? Verse 12. In Sabbath, what are y'all going to read in Sabbath?
the Torah.
Right? That's all you're going to read in Sabbath, right? You can't speak your own words, right?
Correct.
So you're only going to be speaking the word of Elohim in the Sabbath, right?
Right.
So now look at verse 12. For the word of Elohim, which you're going to be reading in Sabbath, it's quick. The word of Elohim, it's powerful. The word of Elohim, it is sharper than any two-edged sword. It pierces even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit. So whatever soul ties you got connected onto your soul, the word of Elohim in Sabbath will cut them jokers off. Somebody say, woo, cut them off, Yahweh. Cut them off.
Cut them off, Yahweh.
Ain't but 3 people trying to get free. I see y'all not. Y'all see y'all so wrong. Anybody want to be free? You want all them soul ties and all them things you got attached to you in the last 6 days, and you want them things removed? It's the word of God that does that. It divides asunder soul from any kind of spirit that's not like Elohim trying to attach to you. Oh, y'all didn't read it that way.
Amen.
Y'all gonna have to, we got to do better. He says, listen, he is piercing, even dividing dividing asunder of soul from spirit and from joints and marrow. And the word of Elohim is a discerner of the thoughts and the intents of the heart. Verse 13 says, neither is there any creature that is not manifest in the word's sight, but all things are naked, all things are opened unto the eyes of him with whom we have to do. So the word of Elohim is the thing that you read in Sabbath. And because you're reading it in Sabbath, he's helping you to cut mess off of you. He's helping you to discern what you need to do, understanding the hearts of people presenting themselves to you, understanding your heart in presentations to others, and checking you morally. Sabbath does so much more than we ever knew it did for us. We run around here from church to church and conference to conference and revival to revival, talking about I need a word from God. Sit down in Sabbath and let his word speak. Stop speaking your own words. And a lot of times I want y'all to practice this too, because in Sabbath, we can always sometimes go along and say, yeah, well, I heard word of God say this, because this. And before you realize it, you done raise one testimonial of understanding, and now it then open a whole new conversation that's taking you so far away from Torah, you have a hard time getting back. Now you done found yourself in Sabbath, dripping in gossip, dripping in anger, dripping in revenge, dripping in judgment. And it's something we have to be careful of, which is why I come on and open my studies, so people who are not that disciplined have a place that can keep it on track, so you stay Torah observant within as much of the 24-hour period of time as is called the Sabbath.
We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
I wasn't saying it for compliment, but okay, Yahweh be praised. That's very kind of you. But I want y'all to understand that Sabbath is so much more. Sabbath is the secret weapon of the believer. See, the weapon of our warfare, they are not carnal, but they are mighty through Elohim. Without faith, it's impossible to please Elohim. They are mighty to the pulling down of strongholds. So the weapons of our warfare, i.e. Sabbath, keeps the enemy off of our back, has to make them reset their attack and their approach to us spiritually, because you're not wrestling against flesh and blood. You're not wrestling against that co-laborer, that co-worker. You're not wrestling against that boss. You're not wrestling against that client. You're not wrestling against that judge, that attorney, that neighbor. You're not wrestling against that police officer. You're not wrestling against that lawsuit. You're wrestling against principalities that don't want you to come into the dominion that Yahweh, through Yeshua, wrought how we should live according to the word, so that you can reclaim the dominion predestined for you, predestined for me. That's what we have to work on. That's what we have to work on. That's what we have to do. All right. Have y'all been checking the Facebook streams? I can't, for some reason, I'm having a hard time seeing these questions. Have y'all checked them from the beginning to the end? Have y'all been, anybody got Q on that? I know we've been on for 4 hours, but were there questions earlier? I didn't notice any questions from Facebook or from YouTube. Did anybody pay attention?
I have 2 questions from Dolores Connolly from the beginning, Apostle. From the beginning. Is Dolores still with us? I'm not sure, sir. Dolores, if you're out there, please let us know you're still out there. If you're still out there. If you're not out there, I want to give it about 3 minutes and then I want to move on. If she's out there, we'll answer the question. If she's on. If she's not on, we'll keep it moving. All right, is that all you got? You got 2 questions from them? Yes, sir. All right, can you peruse and see if there are any more on there as well? Anybody can help with that? That'd be great. Don't leave that all on Minister Wanda. We're all in this together. There's a question right there from Tomei.
hadn't seen any on you.
Okay.
I see the question by Tomei.
Yeah. Tomei, for those of you who are veterans, y'all got to understand that in Shabbat, listen, even in Israel, let me clear that question up. Do y'all want to learn how government officials and government workers and hospital workers operate in Sabbath, even since the beginning of Sabbath being given to humanity in Israel? Do y'all want to learn about that?
Yes, please. Yes.
I'm going to put this in layman's terms. I'm going to try not to be too long with it. I won't be, but I want y'all to hear this. So Tomei, if you're still out there, okay, I see her. There she is. Listen, if you are in the military, you are defending your nation. If you are in EMT or you are a physician, you are a hospital employee, a nurse, you are what we call the first responders, you are essential staff, you are essential services. Remember that the Levites were priests. They were also police. The Levites were also physicians. Many people don't pay attention to that. But they were the guard. And so everyone had effort and attempt to keep Torah, meaning to keep Sabbath, those 24 hours from any work. How many of y'all know that Israel went to war a lot of times, didn't they? I'm asking that question because I want to make sure y'all get it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
They went to war a lot of times, even in David's day and Saul's day, and they didn't go to war in Solomon's day, right? But they went to war a lot of times from Moshe to David, right?
Correct.
I'm pausing because this is more important than y'all think. I'm not asking the question because I need to hear y'all.
Yes.
I'm asking the question because I want to make sure it registers. So
Yes, they went to war a lot.
So do y'all think that if they're in war for 3 months, that they were not, that you think the war stopped on the 7th day?
Not at all.
Do I need to say more?
Point taken.
I mean, that's a revelation you're about to give me because I never thought of it.
It ain't happening. The war is going to continue on. And there's a lot we don't understand about the Levites when they were fully Torah compliant and responsible for all things Torah. You know, we think that Levites were, little soft, docile creatures and people. These jokers fought. Levi had a mean streak in him. Matter of fact, the reason the Levites are the Levites is because of their daddy Levi, who was a fighter. Y'all know that? The reasons the Levites do not have property to this day is because of their daddy Levi. Do y'all get that?
Yes, sir.
I don't think y'all get that. Y'all took two.
Yes. Is that because he was the high priest, and so God said that the Levites would be the priests? And
Nope. Levi, there was no priesthood in Jacob's day. When Jacob was alive, this was in the time they actually sold Usef into slavery as brothers. Reuben, Levi, Uda, Zebulun, Simeon, Asher, Issachar. Remember when Usef went to go find them because daddy said go find him, they sold him into slavery. Now he went from the pit to the palace, to pit, the prison, the palace. Remember that day? That Levi. There was no high priest then. But Levi is the one who led the charge to go back and kill a city that sat as a stronghold for its confederacy. And his sister Dana was
I remember
her virginity was taken. Okay.
Right, I understand. Got you.
And that's another thing. People think that he raped Dinah. I'm gonna leave that alone. We ain't gonna talk about that today. We'll do that in Bible Book Club coming up soon. So
Please do.
yeah, that part. Now, he did take her virginity. Levi and the whole of Israel, nomadically as they were, the brothers were upset. Jacob was upset, but he also knew human nature, so he worked it out with Shechem, the king of Shechem, and they made a covenant. And they were going to use a blood covenant. And Israel, at that time, nomadic as they were, and Shechem were going to merge. The covenant would be, again, these people are going to be Torah observant because this boy wants to marry this girl. They was digging on each other. Things went too far. And, well, he broke her hymen. Oh, y'all didn't read the story that way?
No, I did.
Oh, okay. Now I know you've seen it told and shared and said, but we want to talk about this. So Dinah has her virginity taken. I'll even give you what Christendom says. She was raped. Dinah was raped. If she was raped, Jacob would not have tolerated merging. But we instantly assume that the losing of her virginity was she was raped. Now, if in fact she said no, which is believed, things went too far. She didn't cry rape to her dad. She did cry, Dad, I'm ashamed. I've sinned. We've sinned. And they got me up there and all, I was all into their celebration of their deities, yada, yada. See, Jacob, yeah, I know y'all ready to have a whole conversation, but we not. Wait till Bible Book Club. So Dinah has her virginity taken by a non-Israeli entity while they're serving a celebration and having a feast to a demigod. Levi, in his righteous indignation, listens to his father, angrily listens to his father, tell them that you guys can, since your son Shechem, Jacob is talking to Shechem, Levi is listening, the elders are listening, the brothers are listening, and Jacob is like, okay, Shechem, I understand what happened. We're men of age. We know what these things look like. Your son does want to marry my daughter? No, he really does. He's in love with her. That puts the brakes on this rape thing. Now, rape is not to be diminished. His actions are not to be applauded in any way, shape, or form. No means no. Say it, y'all. No mean no.
No means
No means no.
Y'all don't sound like y'all mean that. Okay. So no means no. Okay. No matter what the circumstances. Now, at the end of the day, he says, well, if your son really loves her and y'all going to do good, and they were going to do good. They really brought the kingdom to Jacob. They brought the kingdom to Jacob and says, we will be your people. You will be our people. Your sons and your daughters. They're like, we can't have relationships with demigod worship, and we can't have relationship. Listen, y'all. Y'all gonna go back and tell y'all pastors in theology school and mess up some stuff. But listen, he says, we can't be in fellowship with people who are one, demigod worshipers. Fine. We'll take that off the table. We'll serve your God. Oh, y'all didn't get that? Oh, let me help y'all. 2, well, in order to serve our God, you got to get circumcised. Levi saw the opportunity in this moment and said, yeah, my dad might be cool with that. I ain't cool with that. That's my sister. Simeon, same way. Asher, same way. Naphtali, pissed. Reuben, that joker. Anyway, Levi concocts the plan. He says, listen, y'all, hey, I know daddy said they're going to do it, but we're going to take this as an opportunity to wipe them out. Levi ordered this hit. This is why Levi is the Levites today. Y'all going to learn today. Somebody say, I'm going to learn today. Say it. I got to do it now because I'm in it.
I'm going to learn today.
I don't think. Where the brothers at? Y'all out there? Y'all left already? Y'all gone? If y'all gone, that's cool. But I want to know if y'all going to learn today. Because listen to this. Y'all don't know why why did Yahweh pick the Levites to do this? Why did Yahweh pick the Levites to be all things tabernacle and serve all things Elohim? Because Levi killed the nation who was about to convert to him. All right, I think.
Wow. Apostle, say that again.
I ain't gonna say it again. I said it once. Get the rewind. Get the video. I'm done talking, y'all.
We did a whole study on that, Apostle. It was recently.
I don't know. Y'all ain't studied with me about it, so I don't want to hear nothing about what y'all studied on. Watch this. Levi hit and caused the order of a hit for a nation that was about to convert to Yahweh.
That's deep.
Wow.
So Levi's responsibility now was to make sure every human would learn about Yahweh.
Wow. Took it to the next level. Never saw it that way.
Think about it. They were getting circumcised. This wasn't about sexual safety and cleanliness. Your people will be our people. Our people will be your people. Avraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov were not giving Israel over to anybody who was not 100 converted to them. Last one they did that with was Hagar. See, y'all, this is why you got to know the word. Are y'all all right? As y'all, why y'all not nobody?
Wow.
Anybody? All right, I'm gonna let y'all go. I think I'm getting on y'all nerves.
You're always opening up so many windows and doors, Apostle.
No comment from nobody? No theological reference that crossed. Daphne, I wasn't cutting you off. I'm just saying, y'all, that's great. Y'all did y'all studies. That ain't this. That ain't this.
Apostle, I apologize. It probably went with you, but we did do a study and it came in on it. So I apologize, but I'm going to find that study we did.
No apology needed. I'm just saying, whatever y'all went over in that meeting, y'all didn't come up with that deduction, did y'all? Daphne?
Apostle, I have the highest level of respect for you. I am not going to say my apostle is wrong, but we studied.
I don't know how that went there, but okay. So the point is, this is why Levi are the Levites. Y'all got that? This is why Levi are the Levites. Y'all got that?
I caught it. Yes, sir. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Amen. Do you see the unseen that's right there in plain sight? This is why Levi is the Levites. They turned people away from God. Yahweh made sure that they would be the reasons people turned to God. All right, I'm gonna keep moving. We'll talk about that when we get to the storyline in
Apostle is just mind blowing. I mean,
yeah.
I almost feel like Sheba. My breath has left me. It's mind blowing.
It is.
So
Awesome.
When you
Quick question, Apostle.
when you run through who Levi was, what Levi's job was, we don't realize how important we have these misconceptions about Levi. We think that the Levites were just some docile, bow our head and do something. Levi, their daddy, had a mean streak in him and could fight. Cold-hearted protector of his family. Here's what y'all don't know about the Levites as well. Y'all remember the stories? I need theologians to respond to this. I need people who are pastors and leaders of churches in this audience, and there are many of you. Please stop hiding. Come on out. I want to talk with y'all. How many of y'all remember the stories when they would say in the Bible, "Ooh, we need to know that we knew in order for them to know that God was with us, they felt better going to war when the Levites came because they were carrying the Ark of the Covenant." Y'all remember that? Whenever Israel went to war, they would always ask the king, is God with us? Are the Levites coming and bearing the Ark of the Covenant in front of us?
Correct.
Do y'all remember that?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
I think I'm wearing out my welcome. Okay. Am I giving y'all too much information? Am I just sharing stuff to be sharing stuff with y'all?
You can't see the responses on Facebook.
Well,
a lot of responses.
I just want to hear it now. I want to hear it.
We were told within Christendom that if you did any kind of historicity with Levites and their involvement in war, was that the Levites went before, and then Judah went before the tribes because they would blow the shofar. You had the cantors go. You had the Ark of the Covenant being bore. And so we just sort of kind of relegated it to, well, Levi was all things tabernacle. They were responsible for carrying the Ark. So if the Ark was on the battlefield, God was with us, which is true to one degree. But Israel felt real good if Levi was coming because Levi could fight. It was like, if Levi coming, we know we got a dog in this fight. Not only are they bringing the fact that Yahweh has empowered us and said, go up and recover all, the Levites, like their daddy Levi, would be the first ones leading the charge. Guns, swords, daggers, spears, armor on. I think that fell flat.
Because they protecting the ark.
Not just the ark. The ark is Elohim's presence. They ain't got to protect that. Yahweh got that. Yes, there is a symbolism of religiosity around this particular iconic element, which is Elohim's stamp of approval to recognize and acknowledge him. But that was just the armor bearers. The bearers of the ark would bring the ark and they would watch the ark. But there was 635,000 Levites.
That's a pretty hefty number to bring to a battle, don't you think? And they could fight. The reason it's important is because if you look at any martial arts, most of them were established by spiritual men trying to control and get discipline over their anger, their rage, and yet be able to use different techniques to disarm you and possibly fatally wound you if you would not try to take over or rob them in their temples or rob them in their place where they have to cover the offerings that are rendered to their deities. So we have Levites who are similar, and they got to protect the tabernacle. You don't think people try to rob the tabernacle? You don't think that marauders heard the story of what kind of sacrificing and coinage and grain and wheat that went in where the tabernacle was and the Levites were over? Do y'all understand that? There is nothing there that indicts that the Levites were these little soft-hearted, bowed head, docile creatures that say, oh, Jesus paid it all. Oh, brothers, forgive one another. They're like, look, here's what the Bible says, forgive. But if you try me, if we go on to war, it's on and popping. And if I get Yahweh to approve war, I ain't had a fight in a minute. Let me stretch. Hold my hands back. Yeah, there you go. All right, let go. I try to teach y'all, but y'all not ready for me. Who's next in queue? Who's next in queue? Maz, anybody? Kelvin, Curvin, go ahead, sir. What you got? Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom to everybody. Been in and out today. Suffering a little back pain, but I'm good.
Well, let's pray. Let's pray. Father, now in the name of our Savior, you are Yahweh Shalom. This is a time of Shabbat for many and a time that Shabbat is now over with. But we do pray and trust that you being the God of our comfort, you being the God Yahweh Rapha of our healing, that you have promised healing for your children and comfort to them who are in you in this day. We speak shalom over the body, the spinal, the tissue, the areas within his back that are causing him discomfort, because you are Yahweh Shalom, the God of our comfort. We speak it and thank you for it. In the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we pray and say, Amen.
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. So my question will be, was the blessing or the curse that they got, was it a blessing and a curse, or was just a curse? Because when the father had called all the sons together and handed down the blessing on each one of the tribes, separating Levi and all these different things. Was that really, because I always watch at it as it was like a demotion, a curse, but as you bring that aspect of it out, was it really a curse, or was it like a blessing also?
A blessing, probably because you were in and out. A blessing is a tool. A blessing is not a reward. A blessing is not a prize. A blessing, all blessings are tools to help you accomplish the task you've been assessed. So when Yahweh blesses you, oh, he blessed me. You got work to do. Oh, I got this big old financial windfall. Oh, what a blessing. The moment you understand that, you are not to use that windfall the way you want to. If you're going to say Yahweh gave it you, he's going to tell you what to do with it. Thus, Thus,
understand it a little better.
yeah, thus the fact that if you be faithful over a few things, I'll make you ruler over much. So if he's making you ruler over much, as a ruler, you're still under authority. You have a responsibility. You have a protocol. You have a job to do. So if you're still a ruler over much, doesn't mean you king. Kings have rulers. They have noblemen. They have a lot of autonomy, but they still have a responsibility. Y'all all right? Y'all so quiet.
So
Okay.
I have a new car.
Oh, okay.
I received the blessings from moving left or right with the car, but the car also have a bigger purpose. And what is for me to move from left to right? I have a responsibility also to help others to reward people from that blessing itself as well.
Hold that thought, because I'm getting a bunch of mixed stuff. Hold on, Kervin. I never answered Tomei's question. Kervin, hold on. Tomei, I'm so sorry. You still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Still there, Apostle.
Okay, y'all having a conversation. I am not following. Okay, I'm trying to read. I shouldn't be doing it. Reading and thinking at the same time. Don't let me do it. So Tomei, as a sorry. The question, Kervin, don't leave. The question is from, my bad, the military or the emergencies or first responders, active service and things like that. Can y'all still work out? There is no servile work to be done in Sabbath. I'm playing with it. I'm not answering it on purpose. Tomei, you with me?
I am.
So if it's servile work means there is no I serve you, you serve me type of work.
Okay.
Can you pick up around your house? Can you wash dishes on Sabbath? Yeah. Can you, with the way that things are done today, can you drop clothes in the dryer and or the washer and wash them? Yeah, because you're going to push a button. Can I do push-ups and sit-ups in the Sabbath and get on my treadmill? Yeah, because you're not serving anybody. You're taking care of you. What's the answer, Tomei?
I'm sorry, you said, what is the answer?
What's the answer? Yes.
I'm not in sin.
Thank you. So the answer is?
I'm okay. Because I'm doing all of that.
It's a yes, right?
It's a yes.
It's a yes. It's the yes for me. That's what she wants. It's the yes for me. Great question, Tomei. Thanks.
I have one more.
Okay, go ahead. Since I took so long to get to that answer.
Okay, so thank you. It's about yesterday. Yesterday we were talking about tongues. And
you said tongues?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been the popular belief that our tongues, our heavenly language, is the original language we spoke in heaven. What say you?
Deuteronomy 29:29. I'm going to leave that there so y'all can all go look up Deuteronomy 29:29. But here's the catch. What do I say about that? The heavenly language that's Elohim's language. You know, I don't think people understand that when a baby, it's a long answer, Tomei, but I promise you to bless you. People don't understand that when babies come out, they speak a language. it's not until they learn English that they lose their heavenly language, or whatever language they're born into. Sorry. Once they learn language of men, they that's a whole nother language. How y'all think they communicated in heaven? So, is it the heavenly language when we speak in unknown tongues? So, if it's tongues, that's plural. Tongue is singular, tongues is plural. It is whatever way that Yahweh communicates with us from heaven. It is the heavenly language. Now, the issue is we don't control that. We can't just say, all right, everybody, let's just speak in your tongue. Everybody, come on, cut the switch on. Everybody right now, just start speaking in your heavenly tongue. La, 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 blah, 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 blah. That ain't how it works. That's the bigger issue within Christendom we got to address. That's not how it works. I can't control my tongue. I can control my known language. I cannot control my unknown language. I can't summons it. The only way I can know that it is probable to have an effect on me or manifest on me is when, in fact, I'm in his presence, in his word, especially in days of Shabbat, Moedim, or intense prayer to him and dedicated time to him. Ruach HaKodesh makes that intercession. He's the one who determines when a tongue, an unknown tongue, is started, and is based on our obedience and our intentions and intentional efforts to become sensitive to his word, to Elohim's word. And that's when Ruach intercedes, making intercession for us into heaven, which is why I have such a problem with intercessory ministries and intercessory prayer ministries, because we have a Christian narrative, which is from a Catholic hijack that we didn't pay attention to because it had nothing to do with Torah. When Yahweh gave us unknown tongues, they're his tongues. They're not ours. When he gave us and allows us the ability to have known languages, those are tongues that we know we can go and learn them. An unknown tongue is just that. There are so many dynamics to him. So, Tomei, how say I? I don't say what modern Christendom says. We can't control tongues. Unknown. And the reason we have this narrative that we can control tongues, unknown, is because of our horrible error with the experience of Shavuot 50 days after Messiah's resurrection. And that narrative has played precedent for centuries. And it's to me one of the most egregious things we could have ever said about a feast of Yahweh, that is supposed to be holy, accurate, clear, and clean. And we've been dressing Shavuot in a garb called Pentecost, putting makeup on it and then prancing it around in cheap perfume, as if this is the way this beautiful element of Shavuot should look. And then we present it. So we cannot control the speaking in tongues. 1 Corinthians chapter 12 tells you that it's Ruach that puts it on and takes it off as he wills. A person who is sensitive enough to doing the will of the Father, that the Father does what he does. So interceding, Ruach HaKodesh, seeing a sensitive heart, you can go to Romans 8 for this. Seeing an individual whose heart is sensitive towards Elohim amidst the turmoil of their world, Ruach will make intercession because that person is so stressed by things externally, yet they're trying to internally get closer to the Father. Ruach HaKodesh will then come in and make intercession with moanings and groanings that cannot be uttered in order to get that prayer and get what's needed to that person from the throne of Elohim, and then cause communication back and forth between the throne of Elohim, interceding, insulating that prayer into the throne room, knowing the will of the Father and knowing what you know of the will of the Father. And the enemy cannot interpret the prayer Ruach is praying for you to the Father, but making sure that what's necessary from the Father gets to you, and that's proper intercession. Long, crazy answer, huh?
No, but it's very helpful. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you.
Likewise.
Anybody else get that?
Yes.
Okay. We cannot control the tongues. And intercession is best expressed between what Yeshua did, dying on that cross, so that we don't have to die. Intercession. Intercession is also best expressed in what Ruach HaKodesh does when we can't get past all the issues we're struggling with, yet we're trying to persevere and get through to the Father. And he knows that we're sincere about it, and we've repented and we're blood washed about it, and he knows the burdens that are there. He intercedes so that the will of the Father can be activated and pushed into our lives. And that's what speaking in tongues really does do for us. Speaking in tongues is not for somebody else. Speaking in unknown tongues is for the person. Speaking in unknown tongues is not to cast a demon out of somebody on the altar. Speaking in unknown tongues is not to pray in tongues to get, somebody who's sick in the hospital up off the deathbed. Speaking in tongues is for the person that's speaking in unknown tongues. That's Ruach interceding because we don't know how to pray as we ought. Hope that helps. All righty. Now, Brother Curvin, back to your last statement that you made before I rudely interrupted you, dear sir.
Yeah, so the point I was as highlighting is that sometimes we get a car and you might think that it is ours or it is for our use only, but it could also be a blessing for others as well. But sometimes we just only watch at it as it's just for me and my own personal use, and it comes to all aspect of our blessings, as we will say, if it's a business, if it's your house, if it's your job as well too, At times I'm watching it in that light that, we have to open our mind to see the bigger picture or the bigger purpose for acquiring these, items.
Right. A blessing is an aid. Here is a very primitive way of looking at what a blessing really does for us. If Yahweh should bless Adam and Ishai, and let's just say all of the people that came out of Adam and Ishai up to the point of Cain and Abel. Y'all with me so far? So we're going to talk about time frame from Adam and Eve to Cain and Abel. Y'all with me so far?
Yes, sir.
So if in that period of time, Yahweh should bless Adam with a rake. Now, Adam and Ishai know that their job is to till the ground. Cain and Abel also understand that their job is to till the ground. Look out for the livestock. They are to be horticulturalists of this planet Yahweh has given, right? Because that's why humanity was made. Y'all agree? To till the ground, right? That's why the human was made. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because Yahweh didn't create man to get to Mars. He didn't create man to get to Venus. He didn't create man to go and take a colony and put it on the moon. The moon is a light that helps us to tell times and seasons. Now, what we're doing is way too much. Because if that was the case, he would have let our dear Nimrod make it with his tower up into heaven, and he wouldn't have made it a division of languages. So if Yahweh were to bless all the people, if Yahweh was to bless Adam during the time frame Cain and Abel existed with Adam and Ishai, if he would have blessed Adam and Ishai with a rake to rake the ground, a modern day rake, Adam would make himself, in modern day, the way we think today, a person who gets that kind of blessing would make themselves think that they were superior to everybody else and they have been rewarded. Well, if Adam and Ishai would have gotten a rake, it would have been for the benefit of the commonwealth of the humans that he was living around. Everybody would have been able to use that rake. That rake would have been a tool to make more efficient and duplicate to make more efficient what they need to do in tilling the ground. Adam would not have kept that away from everybody. He would have shared that with them to get the job done, or at least showed them how to make their own that way. A blessing is a tool. There is an issue called a reward. If you endure hardship with the blessings I give you, if you endure until the end, you shall receive a crown of life. That's a reward. The blessing is to help you endure and cross the finish line. When you cross the finish line, then you get a reward, crown of life. But if you're getting blessings, you're still in this race. You're still in this charge. You're still in a state of attempting to accomplish what the assignment was. That's what a blessing does. A reward is what you get once you accomplished it. Brother Curvin, that helps?
The other part is I like how you bring about the whole story with the Levites and giving us that perspective, because as I say, we always think of, this docile, let's pray, hold hands, kumbaya, and when you really think about it and you bring it back from where it started, from their father, to put it in perspective like that, it makes a whole lot of sense, how they came about, why they came about, and their responsibilities. It just ties everything in together, at least for me as I see it now. So thanks for that perspective on the tribes and their responsibilities in their respective areas.
Yahweh be praised. So glad we could aid with that as well. So, guys, I promise you, Yahweh has so much more for us that we've made hard to attain because we complicated it. Yep. All right, everybody. I hope you guys have enjoyed. We've only gone 5 hours today, but we did go deep we did about good 4 or 5 hours last night. I'm hoping that you guys have been edified and explains what it is. But I think what we were talking about too, Brother Kirby, was the fact that as we oftentimes do, we don't realize that the Levites are not just some little soft people hidden over there in the corner, telling you to, if you smack me in the face, I'm gonna turn my other cheek. That was more of a, yeah, it was different than what we've made it to be. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut it on down, and it's definitely nightfall where I'm at right now. It's almost 8 o'clock. It's probably almost nightfall in the West Coast. West Coast, how y'all holding up? Y'all out of Sabbath yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. All right. So when we get to is that Daphne online saying she got to apologize or repent? Daphne, you're not, get out the corner, Daphne. You're not putting no corner timeout. She said, I put myself in timeout. Y'all tell Daphne to stop. She good. Yeah, let's go ahead and shut this all down. When we get through Bible Book Club and we get to the storyline of Jacob and what Levi did in Shechem, it'll be you should now have enough seed to look forward to and anticipate getting to those chapters in the book of Bereshit. Father, we come, adore, and magnify and exalt your name, thanking you for life, help, hope, and strength, believing you to do all things according to your plan and your purpose. I pray that all things that have been spoken here today, nothing, if there's been anything spoken, rather, in inaccuracy, Yahweh, we ask you to strike it from the memory of your people and reveal it to me, that as the host of this study time, that you would use me to bring back correction for it, that we meet the actual intention of our author, who is you. We pray now in this moment of time that you would definitely be with us for comprehension and letting all those truths and nuggets, that some stuff still being left lingering in our head and our hearts because we were so focused on one thing, we missed some of the other items that appeared to be ancillary. I pray you that you'll bring them all together, put them in the hearing of your people, and he or she who has an ear to hear, let them hear what your spirit has been saying unto us, your tabernacles. Guide us now, I pray, thanking you for this day. In the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Now may Yahweh bless you all and keep you. May Yahweh make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift his countenance upon you and grant you all 13 attributes of his shalom. This we pray in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen. All right, Zion, I am going to let you guys go. I hope that you have had a good time. I said that 8 times, and I'm going to be quiet and let y'all have a good day. How about we do that? We good? I think we good.
Shalom, everyone.
Yes, thank you. Also, shalom, shalom, family. Thank you, Apostle. Hello.